are being prepared for what is to come. The time has come to separate the chaff from the wheat itself. Our march is very, very near. The enemies are trembling, they are quaking, they are doing all they can to try to stop us. But they have failed very woefully, and they will continue to fail. But I want to tell you that we are getting attacks from everywhere all over the world. And very soon, they will buy over some of you. They will buy some of you over. The spirit of Yasika and the Ifajuna are still in some of you. When the time comes, they will buy you over. I am not doing this program tonight to ask all of you to be strong. I am doing it to remind you, not that if they succeed in buying you over, you're not going to stop what we're doing. You can't. You cannot. Not in a trillion years. But I need you to appreciate one very simple fact. That at the end of this very race, everybody will testify that indeed Chukwukika, the same God of Israel, of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the same God of Ehiri in Aguleri, the same God of Umweri, the same God of Ora-Eri, the same God of Owe-Eri, the same God of Arochukwu. Plus, if you look at the true God, one true God, you will know that indeed, not only is he omnipotent, that same God is the owner of this very agitation. No human being can stop it. We have enemies, and we need to be very, very careful, both within and without. Very, very careful. The next 2 weeks will be very pivotal. Next 2 weeks will be very, very important in the life, or should I say, in this very mission that we have embarked upon. The devil will do everything. And you are going to watch spectacularly how we are going to destroy and shame the enemy. And at the end, every glory and adoration will belong to God and not to man. Now let us go and tell you what is happening that some of you do not understand. I want those of you who are hardcore, those who we are chosen before you were born. There were some people who were chosen before they were born to agitate for Biafra restoration. This is a message for you. Those who, from their mother's womb, they were born to do this very work. You must be very, very strong. Because Biafra will open the eyes of black people all over the world. Because Biafra will mean that blacks from America, blacks from the Caribbean, from Southern America, they will all flood into Africa. It will be like the time that Yeshua was born. Biafra is like a light, a beacon. They will follow it. They will say, let us go and see what is happening there. That is what these no-colonialists do not want. They don't want Biafra to come. I am telling our people so they understand. The mountains, I didn't say one mountain, the mountains in front of us that we need to overcome. And for us to overcome it, we need to be very strong mentally, mental strength. Just like when you're doing anything in life, and it appears as if you are being buffeted from everywhere. That is the time that you no longer rely on willpower or your muscles. You go to your brain to endure and to persevere and to keep going until you overcome. That is the stage we are in right now. To make sure that our brain is in gear to confront everything the Janjaweed has to throw at us. We don't have money. Their budget is over $20 billion to fight us. They can bribe Facebook. They can buy them off. They can do anything they like. They can come to some of you and bribe you off. They can promise you what you've never had before. They can give you maybe a house in Dubai. They can promise you a vehicle. They can tell you, oh, we'll make you vice president. They can promise you anything to make sure that you're like them. But this very IPOB, this very hardcore, is not going to move. And I will tell you why we can't move. As lamentation or complaint, I am only trying to prepare our people for what is to come. You are being prepared for what is to come. The time
For Biafra must be restored, for there is nothing the enemies can do about it. We have come that the will of the Most High may prevail. Radio Biafra is unorthodox. The way we do things are markedly different from how others do it. We are under divine instruction. We have come that Chukwukika may take control of these very proceedings this evening, for we are nothing without him. O Elohim, Chukwukika Biama Purimi, unto thee we repose all that we are. Do not allow your children IPOB to be put to shame. Do not allow us to be devoured by the hands of the wicked. Do not allow us, O mighty one, to fall prey to those who do not know thee. You will deliver us, not because we are righteous, but because of your mercy. Hear our cry and our supplication. We are not armed. We have not killed anyone. We have not jailed anyone. We have not done anything at all to warrant the level of destruction and carnage being visited upon your children. The same way Israel suffered, so is Biafra suffering today. And if you, Elohim, can deliver Israel, so will you deliver Biafra. That is our hope. That is our anchor of everything that we hold dear as a race and as a people. You brought Biafra that light may come into Africa. You gave us hope because we are in a continent of hopelessness. And by thy grace, Biafra shall be restored. We shall be resurrected. We shall crown our efforts with the glory by the grace of the Most High himself. We are not strong. We do not pretend to be strong. All we do is to submit ourselves to your will, that your will may be done upon our lives. We have lost many people. We have lost so many good people. Their sacrifice will never be forgotten. We shall honor them, and for their sake, Biafra will come. Israel lost people, and today Israel is here as a beacon of hope in a land filled with darkness. We beseech thee, Elohim, because we are wandering all over the world, hoping against every hope that things will turn around for the better. It has never turned around for the better. Instead, it is getting worse. Please do not abandon your children. You have given us a commission, and we must accomplish it in our lifetime. We have come to honor your holy name. We have come to praise thee. We have come to honor thee, that your name may be glorified, adored, and praised forever and ever. Ise, Ise, Ise. I went.
Good evening, fellow comrades and lovers of freedom across the globe. This is Biafra Radio, and my name is Amazi. George is Jukume. I reside here in the United Kingdom. And it's 49 minutes on top of the hour here in the United Kingdom. Presumably the same 49 minutes on top of 9 p.m. in the Holy Land of Biafra. This evening, this is Biafra Radio. This evening, we're going to talk about the complicities of the Britain and Nigeria on the Supreme Court. As you all know, we have not really done anything concerning the Supreme Court charade. And this evening is going to be the overview. We're definitely going to dive into it this evening to see one of a couple things before the main transcript of this particular shenanigan will be presented to us. And we're definitely going to come back on this platform to, to elaborate. Of course, we know what they're doing. Whatever that happened on the 15th of this month is not something that we are not aware of. Onyendu already have warned us about the fifth colony. And as you all see, a lot is going on. And tonight, specifically, I'm here in Biafra Radio, our mother station, this evening, to see what is going to happen and what, as we know, we're going back to the drawing board. And I want to listen to a couple of people that give their own perspective after that, cause sitting that there, because the whole world was watching. There was a beam, the satellite was beam. The world is taking account of what is going on. Make no mistake about this, because at the end of the day, listen, it doesn't matter what they do. Mandela spent 27 years in prison, and he later emerged and become the president of South Africa, where he's fighting for the equality of his own people. Theirs was better than we are living in our own land. When people invaded their land, that's what happened in the case of South Africa. People that were looking for greener pastures, as we all today have embarked on that should they call it on exile, because when Europe was hungry, they have to get into the Atlantic Ocean looking for greener pasture, heading to Africa to be precise. And that's why some of them occupy our land. They put it in quote about colonial masters and whatnot. But it doesn't bother us. That's why we are fighting against the colonial bandits. That some of you don't understand. This is not about the zoo. So what happened, what transpired in Abuja is something people must take note. And we will talk about some of the people that are making comments concerning it and what we are seeing now and the position we are going to expect going forward. Our new eminent legal team, which is the leader of our lead council, Agabi, and I want to listen to their testament of what they say in that on that day after that court sitting. Let us listen to them before I'm going to comment on them this evening. It is important that we have overview of what actually transpired on those that were handling this case that were sacked before now, but they were kept because revenge is always served in a cold manner. They were there in that court. Everything that have now in the public domain, every lies that have gone on the carpet now is in the open. So, but without further ado, let me just listen to what they say. They got about 40 different individuals spoke, and it's very, very important that we listen to them. Probably will make sense out of it.
Power Media International.
The Supreme Court is the Supreme Court. What Supreme Court is represents the law. We respect it. We go by it. There is no other way. We had hoped that it would come our way, but it has gone the other way. It simply means that we have to go back to the High Court and get done with this quickly. We still have hope. We're not in despair.
By the grace of God,
yes. So
victory is assured.
Yes,
at the end of the day.
We will lose a little time. We still have to go back. That's all it means. But I'm very consoled by what the Supreme Court said, that he ought not to have been treated the way he was treated. His bail ought not to have been revoked. His home ought to have been invaded. All that is a consolation to us. So we have hope. Thank you very much.
Well, if in recent times you're listening to the commentaries of most Nigerians,
I just want to
a process of judicial rascality.
I just want to commend our late counsel, Agabi. I think he's an elder statesman to standing firmly, and there's a lot of damage they have done To be fair, Onyendu has got no case to answer in the zoo jurisdiction arena. But we know that our leader is a prisoner of a conscience. But as the zoo and Britain are making caricature of themselves, demonstrating their nefarious act and breaking their own law, because what happened in Kenya that brought our leader under extraordinary rendition to zoo is prohibited in their own charter that domesticated in the zoo law. But Agabi will say what he said here as a senior advocate as well, because he has to go back to the drawing board to find a way. Some people are saying political solution and whatnot, and some people might misquote what that means. Every revolution in this world end up in a round table, and every round table is a political solution, because some people have to mediate within whatever your demands are. And that is why IPOB has stand out, and our leader has been trading with caution, because even before our internal leader declared Biafra, there was a consensus. That's why now new actors, non-state actors today that have taken up upon themselves because they have done a leeway trying to stifle our people. That's not the direction we want to go. So they said that Supreme Court is Supreme Court, but Supreme Court has accepted everything. Some people might not understand, because I think I read that before, but I'm not going to be able to read it today, but we will follow what they say here, and that is one I'm going to use on this program specifically, because at the end of the day, the value they put out, invading Onyendu's house, they agreed on it. Now, for them themselves, extraordinary rendition, they acknowledge that is unheard of. But all these things, they agreed on it. At the end of the day, what happened? They failed to do what they're supposed to do. And now they went back from basics. They are buying time. Those that say they squash terrorism charges and whatnot, about 7-count charges now, they have reversed all these things. Tells you that none of those charges was actually being squashed, because if it does, I don't know why they're bringing it back after they went to Supreme Court. So it is very, very important that we understand, and I have to thank him. And you can see at the background, Zekome is struggling even to utter a word. By the grace of God, you're a lawyer or a senior advocate, and some, to be precise, you understand when it comes to things like that, you don't associate God when he's supposed to be a professional doing your. All of us believe in God, but that's not what he meant. It's not about God. It's about what you could produce to us, because you've been paid and you've done absolutely nothing. You guys wasted space, and now we'll have to start all over again. We're going back to the drawing board, which we're not deterred. But like I said again, we are waiting for the transcript, but let's listen to them. Our senior legal counsel, Agabi, have spoken. So let's listen to the second man and see what he says.
Because if the Supreme Court condemns all the processes, especially the rendition that brought him back to Nigeria, and you're not asking that he goes back to the Federal High Court for the trial to start, I feel it's a lot of injustice. It's a lot of injustice in all forms of jurisprudence. So all I would say that we just leave it in the hands of God. At the end of the day, how can somebody? It's difficult to make a comment, because when you listen to the judgment when it started, it was clear that they accepted the illegality committed by the federal government of Nigeria in all aspects of it, and yet you went on to this, to remove the judgment of the appeal court because of lack of jurisdiction, which they learned about the lower court. I don't think that is fairness in any consideration, but they say that they are final because it's the Supreme Court. They are also infallible because it is the final court of the land. So we'll go back to the Federal High Court, and hopefully we'll probably request that a bail is granted at that level. So for me, it's a win-win affair. At least something has seriously started, and I hope that the process at the Federal High Court will be, that will be expedited, so that the young man can come and be useful to society. But the only unfortunate thing is that the insecurity in Nigeria, and especially in the southeast, will be worsened off, because people don't believe what is happening in this country anymore. So if the Supreme Court of Nigeria is not even looking at the implications of what is going on. Boko Haram is on, bandits are on, IPOD is on. So where is the country that we're all looking forward to? May God bless this country. Thank you very much. Sorry?
There is spoken on the country, and everybody's having their own voice. That's what we're doing here.
And Igbos.
We're done the last we you know. Thank you for tenacity standing for the right.
Opposition has and opposition political parties who I speak for. This judgment today is very clear to us because we missed an opportunity to lay the foundation and path for political resolutions of these issues. And it's so painful that the eminent jurists understood the issues, but in their conclusion decided to arrive at something that is still worrisome to us. And what is that? The Supreme Court agrees today that the extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from Kenya is illegal. That is the first victory that was recorded today. Then the Supreme Court also said today that the invasion of his house by the security agencies that led to killings and the man running to safety is also illegal. These are the foundations. And then the Supreme Court also goes further to say that the revocation of his bail ought not to have happened, thereby saying that he's supposed to be enjoying the freedom, which is the very foundation of this struggle up to Supreme Court. So now what happened? If the Supreme Court agrees that the extraordinary rendition from Kenya is illegal, and the Supreme Court agreed today that the invasion of his house is illegal, and the Supreme Court agreed today that he ought not to have been declared bail, then why is Mazi Nnamdi Kanu still in DSS custody today? The Supreme Court should have not only freed him, but lampooned those who committed.
Yeah, a fundamental question, very, very pertinent question. That's why I call it the conspiracy of Britain and the zoo, because they are the one engineering all these things. There is no need. Our leaders shouldn't spend a night in DSS dungeon. But what have convoluted, to be fair, is that every arms of individual that have circles us are now become a vampire because they are sucking the blood, the life out of us, because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has remained their life wire. If Onyendu is not in DSS dungeon, none of these individuals now I can see they are running helter-skelter because they know their pipe now is being blocked. That tap has been flowing because when this individual, I'm going to talk about them after this video, what they have done in the past, partly, and some cynical comment they have started making. So we just want people to understand that this is not about us. This is a global issue that the satellite has been, and a lot of people have confused on what is going on, but which country in the world we brought themselves into this kind of arena, and the world is watching. Because at the end of the day, everything that takes time in this world. But what IPOB and Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have stand up is to expose the zoo to the core. He said, I will destroy you with nothing but the truth. Just like what is happening in America today. Trump, they kicked him out. We're not picking political party, but we are looking at people that can make the world safer. And we can see it in his 4 years that he was there. And at the end of the day, we know what happened during this period. And by God's grace, things are going to change. Our job is to dismantle zoo with truth. And the world will see it because everything they have done, the world is taking account. Before this Supreme Court sitting, though, we have voices from far and near that have lent their voice, questioning the Supreme Court not to compromise, and they have done it. It's on record. And I think people are not taking the court, people are taking record. That's why we dare those that are trying to be misinformed individuals or try to get our people in a position that we are not, is not wishful for us, because our leader Mazi Nnamdi can still remain in DSS dungeon, meaning that he understood he is the man that have the mandate of this struggle and where we are going. And what international community stand for. It's not about commenting issues that you haven't understood the real fundamentals about what we're doing. You can't just jump from anywhere and start fermenting issues. But it's good that these lawyers and are adding their own voices there. There are politicians in the zoo, but there are Biafrans as well, even though they're still in the zoo politics. But I mean, that's what we're asking for, because regardless of what we do at the end of this processing, all these people are going to get along. Because even if we put a referendum, they're going to vote. If we actually get our referendum, all of them are going to be in Biafra land. But now everything has to be on merit. It's not going to be on whom you were before. It's not going to wash with us. So I want them to finish talking. Then I'm going to add one or two things. Like I said, this is an overview, and to you guys to put it, keep you guys on tiptoes until the transcript comes out, because there's a lot going on in the background, which I wouldn't allow to say on air by now until everything is come to. So let's go ahead and listen.
Those atrocities. Yes. And when they talk about some of these conventions that were cited by lawyers of Mazen are not national laws, I disagree. The extradition treaty that was signed by Malami, the Attorney General. Yes. That treaty, that act, condemned extraordinary rendition. So it's there in the law. Even as elementary law students, we are told systems method of forming laws, conventions, inclusive as well. So if you have international conventions that have been codified and ratified, they immediately becomes law. Like African Charter on Human Rights and so on and so forth will cite. These are laws. So why are you saying that we did not sign national law? National laws were cited. So for whatever reason, like I said, they are remitting back to the federal High Court. We strongly believe that the first thing to do is to grant bail to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. Let's go back to the foundation. It's to grant him bail. But let me also appeal to the president. I'm not saying he should interfere in judicial matters. But there is need for us to find a middle ground to bring peace to Southeast. Many things has gone wrong in the East. Is it that Nigerians don't feel for the destruction going on in the Southeast? Businesses are being burned to the ground. People are being killed. All sorts of criminal activities is going. Even security agencies are also being killed. And whenever anybody is killed in the East, they call it unknown gunmen. Don't we want, timely resolution of these issues? And we said that the first foundation is to grant Mazen Nnamdi Kanu unconditional bail, and then we'll commence that process of reconciliation and harmonization of these issues. People in the East are human beings. Everybody was expecting this beginning. Supreme Court agrees that his arrest was illegal, that the rendition was illegal, that the invasion of his hands was illegal, but he should remain in DSS custody. That's why I say it's a sad December. It's very painful. And I'm appealing. The president still have powers under the Constitution. You see, all these things we are going from Federal High Court to Appeal Court to Supreme Court still have a political solutions to it under the Constitution. Well. Under the Constitution, the president has powers to issue knowledge. Yes, that power is constitutional. So I'm appealing to the president that despite whatever has happened today in Supreme Court, thank God that the Supreme Court have ruled that the rendition from Kenya of Nnamdi Kanu is illegal. And thank God that the Supreme Court has also ruled today that the invasion of his house in Omahia was also illegal. And also, the Supreme Court has also agreed that he ought not have been denied his bail. Despite the final conclusion of not granting him bail today, the president, riding on this extract from the ruling of the Supreme Court today, can, as the father of the nation, issue a broadcast and then issue knowledge, discontinue the trial and grant him unconditional bail and commence the process for political and political solutions to the matter, so that at the end of the day, every part of Nigeria can come together on that principle of justice, equity, and fairness. So it's not we didn't lose anything today, but it's also surprising that the final conclusion we were expecting was not made. But it's also victory for us that the Supreme Court agrees that the rendition from Kenya was illegal, and that the invasion of his house in Omahia is also illegal, and that he ought not have been denied his bail. So it is victory for all of us who love democracy, justice, and fairness, despite that the fact that the Supreme Court have also refused releasing him by allowing the appeal by the federal government. But the president still have a role to play. That's why we're appealing to the president to exercise his constitutional power. Going by the extract from this, positive extract from the judgment of the Supreme Court today, is to issue knowledge and discontinue the trial and initiate the process for political resolution. Anybody that is telling you that the path to peace is endless incarceration of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is deceiving you. Yes. That person is enjoying the crisis, the killing and destruction in the East. Let's find a way. The president has been a Democrat, advocated for justice, equity, and fairness, even in Nedeco. Issues of Nedeco, all about issues of constitutional rights, fairness, equity, and justice. This is what we have known the president over the years for. And we expect him, as somebody who has championed rule of law, as a Democrat, as a leading member of Nedeco, to understand the circumstances we're operating in today and use his presidential power and issue knowledge so that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can go home. And we can now open the window and opportunity for final political resolution of this matter. Thank you. Yeah.
That's not the point that the court made.
Mazda Ikenga have spoken eloquently, effectively, nailed it, and I mean, there's nothing else to add into this particular, analysis concerning what transpired on that day. That's what I said. I wanted to play it on this platform so that we can have this record officially, and the world are listening, they are watching, because at the end of the day, there is no need. There is no need. And I'm going to prove something. I want all of them to speak because it's important, very, very important to us.
You saw that the court came very heavy on the security agencies, where they have in any way, impaired on the rights, the fundamental rights of the defendant. However, our laws have made very clear provision for remedy where there's such infraction on the right of the defendant. Then you can have, such a defendant can go to the civil court and then seek for civil remedies for the violation of his fundamental rights. And that is why, of course, we have the fundamental rights enforcement, for which the defendant, the respondent, which is the defendant in this case, have actually activated. And you are aware that he has gone to the civil court and he has gotten some judgments, which is still of the fundamental rights have actually been infracted or infringed upon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. D. Caswell. D. E. Caswell. D for David. D for David. D. E. Caswell.
Okay, and cancel.
Republic of Nigeria. Okay. Okay. As you have all observed what happened today at the Supreme Court, if you ask me, I would say this is to once you are an accused.
I don't know what's going on with this. There's a little bit of network issue with the not allowing the video to play for some obvious reason. I really want this guy to finish saying what he was saying so that I can just
Yes, my name is Right Honorable Obi Agwacha, representing the good people of Iguano, Umuahia South Federal Constituency of Abia State. I am the direct representative to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's indeed a very sad day today. If you looked at the judgment, the court was showed empathy in the way the rendition was conducted, the torture, the treatment meted out to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's just a technical matter, just like the counsels for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu has stated. I'm sure they are going back to the drawing board, starting again from the High Court all the way to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is sympathetic to the plight of Mazi at the end of the tunnel.
Yes, I have to be an unreserved thanks to this honorable men that have stood by the law and with the standing in the path of justice, because at the end of the day, like I said, everybody knows that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu being in DSS dungeon is the main core of whatever that is happening in Biafra land today. And I've said it again. It is not that people cannot show their anger, but when you go contrary to the wish of the man that are being behind bars, because regardless whatever you are doing today, demands you're putting up today is attached to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is something people must understand. And these honorable individuals that came out to support on that day, this is one of the honorable, I think a senator from his constituency, which he identified himself. Now, I have 4 individuals that have spoken, and they have spoken eloquently, if they ask me. And reason being I play all this audio here is to explain what transpired in that in that Supreme Court on that 15th of December 2023. Now, I want to go ahead I want to upload the tweet of our eminent special counsel, Barrister Lloyd Jimako, where he referencing the so-called Jagaban. He said it is the president, not the court, that is holding MLK. Section 174 of the Constitution said that the Attorney General can stop any criminal trial initiated by him against anybody. Tinubu can direct the AGF to stop the trial of MMK at official about the buckets stopped at your table. And it is very, very important that we know this is politics. I hope some of us remember when he came out and said that it was Hope Uzodinma that told him not to release Mazen during the election. And we told you that all these things are systematic. All these things are politics. They're playing ping pong. But you see, they are shooting themselves on the foot and creating more harm to themselves. It is not Mazen Nankan that is going to suffer. They know what they are playing with. Tinubu fought for Abiola, and today he has forgotten all the things that happened. 1993, what transpired. He has forgotten all of that. And I mean, we need to be fair and careful when we do things. And on this particular thing that attached, he said it there. You know, you quoted him there from the AGF. You know what I mean? The Attorney General of the Federation shall have power. And in brackets on C, he said to discontinue any stage before judgment is delivered, any such criminal proceedings instituted and undertaken by him or any other authority or person. Very, very important that all these things has been highlighted to the world to understand that at the end of the day, what is playing here is politics. Like I said, the whole world is watching. And like I said, tonight is overview. And I just want to comment on we saw some write-up, and that I need to comment on it because when people project something, not our leader is behind bars, and people cannot project evil against our leader. But before then, I want to play the voice of Malami, the so-called AGF. I want the world to realize that the people are dealing with our biggest problem. Like I said, what Malami said against the Igbos. Igbos is one of the clan in Biafra. You know what I mean? Because Biafra is not just Igbos. You know, we are about 9 clans. So at the end of the day, we got Ibibio, Ishekiri, about 9 clans we have, which I'm not going to be able to mention all of their names now. But let's listen to this particular voice. Very, very important. Then you can see what is happening from day one. Remember, Oronyedu was extraordinary rendition. This man said he was extradited. That is why it's the conspiracy of Britain and Nigeria. They're playing this thing. We went to court here. Even the case has gone to High Court, to Supreme Court, right? At the end of the day, we spent 6 hours in the court or so, and now their body language is what the zoo is doing. Exactly, they're writing the script for them. But what betide them? Because at a time, they can't control this. Forget about all the shenanigans that are going on right now, because this individual that you see that are fermenting issues in Biafra land, they are not fighting on the interests of Biafra or even to get Mazen Nankan out. They are the 5th colonies, as our leader has, reminded us. So listen to Malami, and after that, then something I want to read quickly.
Alpha Power Media International. Biafra Alpha Power Media International.
Akar Malami, San politician Igbos are stupid and unruly. They are the problem in this country. The Hausa recognizes their position as conquered slaves. They recognize the supremacy of the Fulani. The Hausas are happy being our slaves and we treat them well. The Hausa will not seek to sit on the same table with their masters. They will not demand to be in government. They know it is haram. The Kobo Igbos will not take their place as the conquered slaves they are. They refuse Fulani grazing on their land.
This is the words of Malami. This was written as a press release, but translated in audio voice. But this is the word of the so-called AGF.
Nigeria is our heritage. Our forefather Othman Dan Fodio secured this heritage for us. The Fulanis are the special breed ordained by Allah to be served. That is why Nnamdi Kanu must.
A lot of us don't understand the fight the Fulanis are fighting. Remember, if it wasn't IPOB, they could have, dipped that Quran in the Atlantic Ocean, which is the Biafra land. They have their men, they have their cohort and conspirators, those that claim they are Islam, some of them that are hidden. They brought so many people over. But we are the last line of defense. And Onyendu said it. Onyendu told us, if it wasn't because of Mazen Nankana, by now they could have run us over. He told us in 2015, he said they're coming with guns, they're coming with AK-47, they are going to rape our mothers. At the end of the day, it happened. Whatever Malami said here, it is something, this is an agenda of the Fulani. Remember Kunle and a large conversation about the Igbos in Lagos. That's why I feel sorry for nobody. Anybody that is broke his property in Lagos, I feel no sorry. This is my personal opinion. I don't care, just to be fair. But I want him to speak before, so I want to close the so-called ruling the rule with this his words, because he's the AGF, he's the Attorney General of the so-called Zoological Republic, But look at what a man like in that position said about some certain part of people that he claimed to be one with. They're playing games.
Die. He challenged a power greater than his tribe. He challenged an authority established by Allah. We poisoned his parents to send a warning across to him, but he refused to listen. His own dose. He will rot from inside and die very painfully. He cannot reason well again. The judge will keep adjourning his case. This is Igbo people. Fulani owns this country. Mark my words, no infidel shall smell the seat of power in this country ever again. Nobody should utter such rubbish as three main tribes in Nigeria. There is only one tribe in Nigeria. The Fula. Henceforth we shall not tolerate any insubordination from infidel vassals. The Fulani herdsmen have the rights to kill, maim and rape any stubborn slave. Slaves are brought under submission. Only the Fulani lords have the right to carry arms. The herdsmen are entitled to any land they desire from the north to the south. Nigeria belongs to the Fulani. Establishment of the grazing route is a must. Britain have a morbid hatred for Igbos. They are in full support of the Fulani land acquisition agenda. It is a pact signed at the amalgamation. Britain knows that Fulani owns Nigeria. They have given the go-ahead to kill Nnamdi Kanu at once, but we want to enjoy his slow, painful death. The Igbos must surrender their lands or die to the last man. The Igbos are a pollution. They must disappear from this country either by death or exile. Killing the Igbos is simple. We control what they eat. Just watch Nnamdi Kanu degenerate and die, then, know how potent a little bottle of.
Anyway, like I said, we cannot oversight so many things. When the Alaji and Kunle voice came, a lot of people were thinking probably it was managed. But as you can see today, the agenda is now being fulfilled. That is what they have embarked upon. So what Malami said here, we are not begging them if they say they want to kill our leader. The government, like I said, the conspiracy of Britain and the zoo, they know what they are doing. They did it with Mandela for 27 years, but that era and now is different. So they must be very careful, and Mazen Nandekano is a different kettle of fish, because at the end of the day, our leader know exactly what he is standing for. And some majority of us that remain consistency on the oath we have taken and the path we are driving home with must be very, very vigilant. Very, very important. Now, I want to address one thing, because there's some publication that I saw early. I think it's yesterday or so, but I want to clarify some things here, because at the end of the day, we know those that were in charge of our legal team in court that have never won any case, not even filed a case that was required. Onyendu House was invaded in 14th of September 2017, and 28 men was murdered in cold blood, including Jack. Now, there was no official filing of that case to Bintayaku's court. Onyendu surfaced in Israel in in 2018. God spared his life before this extraordinary rendition. When IPOB was proscribed, after they went through behind doors and get their whatever to prescribe IPOB, they didn't challenge that. The people that said that we're releasing IPOB members, but IPOB was proscribed before you, it did nothing. You don't understand what proscription means. When they domesticated proscription, they domesticated IPOB as a terrorist organization. With Fulani herdsmen was carrying AK-47 and assault rifle. It did nothing. All these things was done. Now questioned by our eminent special counsel, Aloy Ejimako. Now, after this judgment, we can see some of these men were in court like a clerk. You could see when Ezekome was jumping into when our late counsel was talking and mentioning God and whatnot, because this is how they deceive themselves. These are evil men, you know, they live on deceit and lies. So I want to, you know, read this a little bit, and I want to comment on this because it's very, very important that I address this issue. Now, I want to quickly, this is Harry Potter, you know what I mean? And it's important. I've done a program yesterday on Biafra Alpha Power Media, you know, the dilemma of the crooked lawyer. And he is not a lawyer because at the end of the day, he wangled himself from the back door. That's why we can see what happened. Everything they have told us was lie. Now we have gone back to square one again. This was publication on the 19th of December 2021, so 2 days ago. Now, it says the Supreme Court, however, held at the Nigerian government recklessly and unlawfully rendition, which he never understood what rendition was, kind of from Kenya to Nigeria. It is, however, held that such an unlawful act would not strip any court of its power to proceed with the trial. And we don't understand which trial they're talking about. This is Supreme Court, and this is the bizarre thing that has happened, because if the lower court have passed judgment, I don't see reason why they wouldn't honor it. But let's say the Supreme Court is the court of Supreme Court final. I don't know if he exists or not. Now, the detained leader of indigenous people of Biafra, in brackets, Nnamdi Kanu, has said that the Supreme Court of Nigeria declared his extraordinary rendition from Kenya, revocation of his bail by the Nigerian government, and invasion of his home. Like I said, that invasion of the home was not legally, instituted at the court of law, even though zoo law does not exist. But at least we can see many cases will be won. International community are taking record of it. Nobody could say that was a case file of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu has been. When they filed this case was after Onyendu came back, they were trying to fight. I don't think they didn't accept it until tomorrow morning. Because if they said they filed, they would give us the file case and when it was filed. It happened on 14th September. What were you waiting for? Almost 5 years later, he couldn't do that. Now, and invasion of his house by the security personnel as unlawful, but repelled Nigerian constitution by upholding his continued detention. The IPOB leader said this on Tuesday while reacting on Supreme Court judgment on his appeal against his continued detention by the Nigerian government, despite the judgment of the Court of Appeal, which discharged and acquitted him and ordered his unconditional release from the custody of the Department of State Security, in bracket DSS, Sarah Reporter Court. The Supreme Court, however, held at Nigerian government recklessly, repeating the same thing again, but reacting on Supreme Court judgment. However, the legal team, now this is where I want to address it, here, but reacting on the Supreme Court judgment when his legal team visited him on Tuesday, and the name mentioned there is the Spaniard Jofo. He said he visited Onyendu on Tuesday, and this was on Monday. And I don't know, because visiting Onyendu and what Onyendu told you. Let's look around on what he said, and I'm not gonna confirm that he visited Onyendu, because somebody can go to DSS dungeon because he's working for the DSS. But if a man is behind bars, he is the one that decides who to come to see him. He's no longer his lead counsel. He's no longer his lawyer. Ejiofor, for I know for one thing, is not involved in IPOB legal team, neither our leader. Forget about all these shenanigans because I'm going to treat something tomorrow. We know their conspiracy. That is why there's a program initiated on top of his head on Biafra Alpha Power Media. So I want to come down on this particular publication where he said, but reacting on the Supreme Court judgment when his legal team visited him, and repeating this again, said by Stefan Ejiofor, who gave an update on Kano's reaction, said that the reader questioned whether the Apex Court effectively repealed constitutional provision cited before it on its release. Now, Ejiofor said that eventually verdict of Supreme Court was conveyed to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. You're not the one to convey that to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. That's one thing I must have to tell you, because are you conveying it as Mazen Nnamdi Kanu lawyer or as a crack, as a messenger? On what ground? You can't convey a message to Onyendu because you're not the one. You're no longer involved in that particular proceedings any longer. And he expressed reservations on the outcome because he always lied. The same lie he perpetrated on 2021 when he never went to Onyendu. But he was contacting the DSS because they're the one that actually collaborated with the zoo to extraordinary rendition of our leader. However, Kanu elected to accept this outcome because of, the person that put up all this, because you see now what you're doing. You can't put up all this kind of garbage out there. Though our lead counsel have already said that the Supreme Court is Supreme Court, but he hasn't. That was the statement he made on press, not written on running around the whole, giving them money to put up some publication to remain relevant. But people must understand, Biafrans must understand that Ifeanyi Ejiofor has got nothing to do with Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He's not involved in his legal team any longer. So all this garbage, people must disregard all this nonsense. It's nonsensical. But I'm reading it for obvious reason, you know what I mean? Because our leader name was mentioned. You can't be lying against a man that has behind bars. You went on so-called Radio Biafra Radio to malign our leader. He stood there and accepted that Onyendu. How would Onyendu speak to you if you have gone against Onyendu's direction? Even hypothetically, let's take out you want to see Onyendu. But how do you think Mazen Nnamdi Kanu will speak to you? Even when Benjamin went there, he confirmed that Onyendu is angry. And now you guys are committing more treacherous acts against our leader. Now we found out that everything you guys have told us was lie. And how in the world are you telling people that he spoke to Mazen Nnamdi Kanu? You can't, you have to connect the dots. But that's what I want to deal with this particular issue because it's very essential. You don't want to drag your name. All the things you guys are planning, we are there. We understand that, but it's not in this platform because I will deal with that issue differently. But I want to handle this here basically on mentioning Onyendu, that you want to see Onyendu and saying things Onyendu never told you. You've done this over years. This is what you've been doing. And you need to quit from doing this because this is a crime. Now, you say, however, elected to accept the outcome because of the finality of Supreme Court decision and not because they are infallible, but because they are infallible for the fact that the Supreme Court is the final court in the land. This is garbage. Our lead counsel have already mentioned this, but all this he wants to be the very relevant. Nevertheless, in accepting the verdict, Onyendu specifically requested that the following compel question be put out publicly to the disseminating members of public who are keenly following the trajectory of this case with. Now he go down to say the decision of the Supreme Court, which substantially section the federal government illegal act of Onyendu, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's adoption and extraordinary renditions to Nigeria effectively repealed the following Nigerian laws, which we are all seated in our behalf before the Supreme Court, according to Ejiofor, Nnamdi Kanu's legal team. He's no longer Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's legal team, for crying out loud. Our reporter must be guarded before the Supreme Court, the section 15 of the extraordinary rendition. Now you put in extraordinary, but you never knew what extraordinary rendition. When they told you in 2021 to file for Onyendu extraordinary rendition, you refused. The same Ejiofor now. Today you quote him because he never knew the extraordinary nation, even capping on the so-called Nigerian so-called law. But now you can quote it here, Supreme Court, Section 15 of the Extraordinary Nation Act, Cap E25, laws of the Federation of Nigeria 2004. But you never knew. Provides as followed. Now you're quoting this because somebody have laid the foundation, but the fact is that you are not part of the team any longer. That is the disclaimer I'm making tonight. Everybody, because you can't say what I already don't say because it is have lied so much against Onyendu, and we cannot allow this to slide anymore. Now we'll continue. We are in accordance with the law of any country within the Commonwealth or in the pursuance of any extraordinary agreement between Nigeria and other country, in bracket, whether within the Commonwealth or not, any person accused of any unlawful at large after conviction of an offense committed within the jurisdiction of Nigeria is surrendered to Nigeria by the country in question. Then, so long as he has not had a reasonable opportunity to return to that country, that person shall not be detained, in bracket, whether under this act of otherwise, tried or otherwise dealt with in Nigeria for all and in respect of an offense committed by him before he surrendered to Nigeria or done. He says or done. I don't know what that means. And he say the offense of the offense for which he was surrendered or any lesser offense which may be provided by the facts on which his surrender was granted, or any other offense being, in bracket, being one corresponding to any offense described in the section 20 of this act of the same nature as the offense for which he has surrendered. But what I'm taking about all this whole thing that is written here tonight is that Ejiofor have now quoted Onyendu again, and what he's saying here, providing the person is falling within the section, shall not be detained or tried for any offense by virtues of the paragraph B of this section without prior consent of the country surrendering. We understand all the so-called extraordinary rendition from day one. We're not going to read on to do all this art. And at the end of the day, but as you first said, above laws and avoids any doubt, all Nigerians' law on extraordinary renditions of any citizens from foreign land. Otherwise, international instruments of conventions and which Nigeria is a state part bonded by which made similar provisions, including the OAU Convention on the Prevention of Combating of Terrorism Principles and Guidelines on Human Rights and People's Rights, while countering terrorism in Africa and International Convention on Civil and Political Rights. According to Ejiofor said publicly, prospect and provision on the possible implication of the Supreme Court judgment on the 15th of December on the above law, why further demonstrated that grave prejudice Onyendu has suffered in the hands of Nigerian federal government of Nigeria, cannot encourage the supporters to remain focused and keep eyes on the ball, continue to conduct themselves peacefully. The point of this whole particular garbage that I've just read is that projecting himself probably on this, he's trying to push himself. This is not about writing garbage anymore. I don't know, probably he's got two publications from different quarters, but this Sahara Reporter. But the point I'm making here is that Ejiofor needs to distance himself from anything that have to do with IPOB and Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. He have done enough damage. We cannot further to tolerate this. But I know that things is going to be done, going forward to encounter all these shenanigans. But at the end of the day, let it be known that Ejiofor Ifeanyi has got nothing to do with IPOB, neither Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. It is in the record. It's been sacked before now, but I mean, the so-called Supreme Court has now battered them by themselves because every lie they have told now is in public domain, and there is no way to cover it up for 5 to 6 good years from 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. How many years? You've been portray yourself, but there's no significant thing you will say you have done in the past. The main thing is IPOB. Onyenu house was invaded. IPOB was proscribed. What is happening in Biafra land today is because of proscription of IPOB. Even though the war did not happen or bought into it, but they knew what they were doing. Because at the end of the day, that is the only thing that gave them the power to militarize our region. And now what they do, they pump funds into the so-called fifth colonies, including some of them that are pretending to be part of what we are doing, but we know them. Like tomorrow, I'm coming up on Alpha Power Media tomorrow to detail of who sold Mazin and the Canada program must continue tomorrow. So like I said, this is our whole platform, and tonight is the overview of the Supreme Court so-called, how did I call it? I call it, what did I call it? There's a word I use on that particular Supreme Court. But to me, it's a shred. But at the end of the day, the word is watching. But there is a specific word I use concerning that particular ruling, because we know what was going to happen. But at the end of the day, one thing we must take home from here is that our leader Mazen Nankan is still held in the SS dungeon. This is a process, and he understood it. And thank God that God in infinite mercy as well is guiding our path. And it doesn't matter who is there to lead us, but one thing is certain, because we're dealing with wild animals, which is Britain is heading them. Their master is behind the closed doors and telling them what to do. They're writing the script for them and they're acting upon it. When I told you, they say Hope Uzodinma is the one holding Mazin Nanikana. I told you guys in one of our programs that these people are playing ping pong with your brain. Like all these people in Biafra land today say they are fighting Nigerian government. None of them are fighting the Nigerian government. They're all in it to win it. All they're doing is cashing out, because the only source of their life wire is Mazin Nanikana. And they will make noise. They will call them from the back, to pat them from the back. Or this is a story for another day. My job here tonight is done. Just to went overview of the ruling, and the world and the people of conscience must understand that Biafran people has been haunted. Our leader has been held against his wish. There is nothing like this has ever happened in any man. Even this guy they have been holding for how many years? What was he? Is it in Britain here? Is it like in Britain here they're holding him over how many years now? But he was not allowed to be extradited back to America. So, but Onyendu was actually kidnapped, tortured for 8 days, which some of his disciples were aware. All of them kept it quiet. Some of them were talking to him on the phone. The day this thing happened, they never asked about their leader the next day. They never asked about their leader the next day. Someone said, I was speaking to him on the phone that same day until he told me, I will speak to you later. And he couldn't speak to him the next day. The second day, the third day, the fourth day, he didn't ask, where is our leader? He didn't say, I'm looking for our leader. Let people now start asking, where's Mazen Namdekan? No one said anything. But you know what? Chukwukabiyama in heaven knows why. And Onyelu said, I'll lead from the front, and he's leading from the front. That's why he's in the SS dungeon. And he said, and I quote him, he said, this is why I want Biafra land to be peaceful, and this is why I'm in the SS dungeon. So I want our people to act with their senses correct. People need to understand that this is not about me or about you. One thing is certain here is that Onyendu has given everything. And we, all of us, must wake up from our slumber and do the right thing by not allowing ourselves to be hoodwinked or be used, because at the end of the day, what matters is that what we are looking for shall be given to us. It doesn't matter how long it takes. Biafra shall be restored. It does not matter how long it takes or how long they try to delay it. Onyendu is the last miracle. And as you can see around you, there is nothing else you will ask. Everything he has said has come to pass. And Biafra is the only thing that is eminent that me and you must be vigilant about, because one thing is certain is that when is it going to happen? No one knows. He says it's going to be a miracle. So are you going to be part of this particular historic event the day it's going to happen? Because when it happens, you see a lot of people, all the foreign agents will come back. I said it's a travesty. What happened in Abuja was a travesty. So for me, we already know the outcome before ever it happened. So I thank every single one of you that have taken time to listen. This is a late night show actually, but It's happened that we have to do it. It's very, very important that we itemize this in things we have said tonight concerning this particular share, this travesty that went on in Abuja. And we're still waiting to the transcript to come out before our our new legal luminary will take it from there. And of course, our special counsel is there because at the end of the day, you can't take it away from him. A man understood what he been called to do, and he's doing it to the best of knowledge. That if you ask me, because you must stay professional regardless what is going on around you. Very, very important and it's pivotal. And as I said, I thank all of you for listening. And may Chukwu Kabiama continue to protect and guide every single one of us. And I'll be signing out from here, United Kingdom. And this is Biafra Radio. Thank you for listening. And may Chukwu Kabiama continue to guide and protect Onyendu. And every single one of us, including his household, and still remain upright. May Chukwu Kabiama persevere. And may that his mighty hand always cover him, regardless what the enemies are plot. One thing is certain, we are fighting a just cause, but we choose to go this path, not that we cannot be more violent. But at the end of this journey, one thing is certain, when this will destroy the zoo and Somalia will be a paradise. And if you look around you today, everything you has said have come to pass. So be vigilant. Regardless, those that have, fallen on the wayside, questioning what the providence has given to us, but most importantly, who we're supposed to be focused upon is the golden egg itself, which is Mazam Nandekan. And thank God for the marvelous family that has given him to stood by him, because I don't know who could have taken this mantle. It's not easy. It is beyond my own comprehension, to be fair, if you ask me. And it's for me from here. It's good night from London. And this is good evening, London. Thank you for listening. And may Chukwu bless all of you. Thank you. Good night.
sọpụrụ n'ụwa niile eze ebube dị ngọzi wee na-enye aha nsọ gị otuto n'ụzọ pụrụ iche n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị na-aja gị mma, anyị na-akpụ isi ala nye gị, anyị na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu, anyị na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị, anyị na-asị na enweghị ihe ọzọ kwesịrị ịkpụ isi ala nye ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. Anyị wee na-ekwu ma na-ekwupụta na-ekwusi ike na anyị anaghị efe arụsị, ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke nna anyị na-erubere isi. Anyị wee na-azụ ịhụnanya gị na ebere gị ma mma gị ọmịiko gị na-ebe ụmụ nwere n'ụwa niile bụ ndị kụrụ n'ụbọchị nke taa ka ha wee jaa gị mma n'ụzọ pụrụ iche. Agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ndị iro, agbanyeghị atụmatụ ọjọọ niile nke ọchịchịrị, ụwa niile na-efe gị ofufe onye ọbụla Chineke nna. Maka ha niile sị na ede mma eze ebube naghị eri nri ihe gị mmadụ, ọ bụ na anụ otuto ka ị na-eri eze ebube dị ngọzi. Lekwa ka isi wee chebe ọbụla n'ufe nke igwe nke na-enweghị ọkụ nke ọ na-aga, mana ọ bụ naanị gị na-enye ya nri n'ihi ịgosipụta na onwe ihe ọbụla karịrị gị Chineke nna. Ịja maka anyị na-aja ya jee kelee n'otuto na nsọpụrụ na mbuli elu ka anyị bịa n'iru gị n'ụbọchị nke taa. Anyị wee na-asị na enweghị chi ọzọ ma ọ bụghị naanị gị. Ụmụ gị bụ ndị Biafra enweghị chi ọzọ ewezuga gị. Anyị nwere ike na-asụ n'olu n'olu nna nke ebere dị ngọzi. Ha bịa na okwukwe na okpukperechi nna nke ebere, enweghị ihe eji eji, onweghị ihe ọ bụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ isi na ọ bụ ihe dị etu a ka eji amatụ wetinye gị. Ịdị omimi wee karịa nghọta nke mmadụ dị ndụ. Ọ bụ na-anaghị ibu iyi. Elu ugwu bụ nke gị, ndịda bụ nke gị, aka nri bụ nke gị, aka ekpe bụ nke gị, ọwụwa anyanwụ nke gị, ọdịda ya bụ nke gị. Oke osimiri na-erubere gị isi, oke ofufe na-anaghị ntị n'olu. Ọ bụzi gịnị ka mmadụ dị ndụ bụ? Ọ bụ ya mere ihe niile nke anyị na-eme nna nke ebere dị ngọzi, echiche anyị niile, ntụkwasị obi anyị niile, ebumnobi anyị niile, nzọpụta anyị niile, ebere niile bụ n'aka nke ọ na-ezi nna, n'ihi na ike niile nọ n'ọbara aka. N'ihi na ete n'ụbọchị nke taa wee kwuo ihe gbasara mmetụ ọma gị eze ebube dị ngọzi, anyị agaghị ịpụpụcha ha niile tupu anyị isi anyị wee na-abala. Ọ bụ ka ebere gị si wee dị, ọ bụ ka ịhụnanya gị si wee dị, ọ bụ ka ịma mma gị si wee dị n'ime ndụ ndị gị niile eze ebube dị ngọzi. Anyị wee na-eto gị wee na-aja gị mma, na-agọzi aha nsọ gị, na-asị na onweghị ihe ọ bụla mmadụ dị ndụ pụrụ ime. Ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke bụ onye na-achị, chi ebu eze ihe anyị na-abụ ụmụ anyị. Anyị wee na-ajọ gị n'ụbọchị nke taa ka ụmụ anyị bụ ụmụ gị na-ekpere gị ekpere, wee na-aja gị mma, wee na-ebuli aha nsọ gị elu, wee na-arịọ gị nzọpụta gị, amara gị na ọmịiko gị, onye nwe anyị na Chineke na ka iwe gbatara anyị ọsọ enyemaka, wee zọpụta anyị n'aka ajọ ihe, ka isi wee zọpụta agbụrụ gị bụ Izrel n'aka ndị iro n'obodo ekwensu bụ Ijipt. Ị ga-etinye ndị iro Biafra niile n'ụzọ ihere ka ha bụ ndị kụni ka ha wee buso ụmụ ha agha nna nke ebere. Akachi ha ga-ata ha n'ụkọsi weta ha ọnụ, ha ga-eburite ụmụ ha nna nke ebere. Oke mma aga nke ha onwe ha wepụtara ka ha wee na ụmụ gị n'ihi eze ebube dị ngọzi, ha ga-eji nke dị etu a wele onwe ha n'iyi. N'ihi na ọ bụ naanị gị bụ Chineke na anyị bụ ọka aka, anyị na-akpụkwa aha nsọ gị. Ihe nke anyị na-emewu site n'ihi gị nna nke ebere. Anyị enweghị ikike agba anụ ahụ ka anyị bụ, anụkwa ahụ ka mmadụ dị ndụ bụ. Onweghị ihe anyị bụ n'ebe ị nọ. Ọ bụ naanị ka anyị na-efe wee na-akpụ isi ala, nke onwe bụ onye anyị na-agọzi mgbe niile. Ọ bụ na anyị bụ Chineke nna, ezi ebube dị ngọzi nọrọ mgbe ebighị ebi. Anyị wee na-eto gị wee na-aja gị mma, wee na-arịọ gị nsị gị nna nke ebere bịa ka ị wee nara aja ekpere otuto, aja ịja mma nke anyị na-ebute n'iru gị n'ụbọchị nke taa n'ụwa niile, ka o wee metụta gị n'obi na anyị bụ ụmụ gị. Ya metụ gị n'obi na anyị bụ ụmụ gị Chineke, ka ị wee si na ekworo na mkpagbu nke ndị iro wee wezuga ndị gị, ka ọ ga-abụ n'ikpete mazụ otuto niile na nsọpụrụ niile, ịja mma niile na mbuli elu niile ga-adịrị sọsọ aha nsọ gị onye kere n'igwe maka elu ụwa. Chukwu okike abịa ma eloghị mmadụ na ya ochada igwe ọrụ mgbe niile bụ nke anyị na-arịọ gị ise. We have now commenced, I prayed in the language of heaven, the eldest language on the face of this very earth. In fact, I call it the language of the angels. They are offering praise and worship to the Almighty in heaven. They are doing so in Igbo language. And as we have done it on this very earth, so also shall his kingdom come upon the land of Biafra. That his name is
Easy promised land. Anywhere we go, now so the blessings of the Lord they follow us. Anywhere we go, now so the blessings of the Lord they follow us. Who no go no, we never hear go here. Say that problem come. We are the best. We are the best now. We are top of the world. We have come to our freedom time. Every day keep on praying to God. It's our freedom time. Now so we keep on moving forward. I feel it's your man. I feel it's your man. Different people, your man. Different people, your man. Yeah, we never just like that make it dance. Just like that make it dance. But it's like that make it step on it down. It's a freedom time. Different promised land, different promised land, different promised land, different promised land, yeah. When I look up to the sky, I can see the sun is shining, it's shining all over Biafra. We are the best. I give thanks to God for the blessings on us. Oh yeah. Oh no, come to our freedom time. Free time. They keep on praying to God. Praying to God.
Today, of course, being the 24th day of December 2023, the year of our Lord. We are live, we are direct, and of course, coming to you all the way from Johannesburg, the city of gold. And from Johannesburg, of course, we are reaching humanity all around the world. And of course, this evening, what we have come to do is very simple. It is, of course, an emergency broadcast and courtesy of IPOB, Head of Finance Worldwide, Wada Nenayanya, who will be addressing Biafrans this evening. Permit me to welcome you once again. If you are only joining us right now, I want to welcome you and I want to show you that you are at the right place. And of course, I want you to share this broadcast live. I want you to share it wide all around, and of course, invite all Biafrans and all lovers of freedom to join us this evening for this great and all important broadcast with Biafran people. The time standing here, of course, at 9:29 p.m. here in Johannesburg. It should be an hour past, of course, hour different, in Biafra land, meaning it should be around about 8:29 or 8:30 or thereabout in Biafra land. And of course, Biafrans are listening, and not just only Biafrans, but all around the world, people are listening. Therefore, share this broadcast on our platform. And of course, if you are wondering where you can join in to, receive this broadcast, you can, of course, get us on all platforms. And when I say all platforms, we are on Facebook, we are on Twitter, we are also, of course, on Biafra Radio app. And in case if you want to know how to get Biafra Radio app, is very simple. Just go to your Google store and, of course, download Biafra Radio. Biafra Radio. And then, of course, you will be set to join us this evening. My name's Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha, and of course, it is late night with Barrister Onoha. But of course, this evening, first of all, we need to connect with Wada Nenayanya, who will be addressing Biafrans this evening. And of course, after the address, I will bring to you few informations and of course news, information and analysis, which is what late night is all about. I'm trying to see if I can get hold of Wada Nenayanya, of course, so that she can do the needful. Wada, can you hear me? Good evening from here. All right, let's try again. Wada Nenayanya, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
All right, she can hear me, and of course, the whole world is listening, and Biafrans all around the world is listening. Good evening and welcome to the program, Wada. Please go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you very much, Barrister, for this broadcast this evening. Good evening, Biafrans, friends of Biafra, lovers of freedom. All our well-wishers, including our enemies, I welcome you all this evening, today, the 24th of December, 2023, and a Sunday. My name is Inena Yanya. By the special grace of Chukwu Okike Abiama, I am the head of finance of IPOB worldwide. I thank Chukwu Okike Abiama for this day, for giving us life. I thank Chukwu Okike Abiama for the life of our leader and his family. And pray that Chukwu Okike Abiama will continue to keep him and bless him and his family. We all heard what happened at the last court case on the 15th of December, 2023. I want to encourage everyone that no matter what, our leader will be released soon. I'm confident of that. My faith is very strong, and I know our leader will join us very soon. But as we celebrate Christmas, it says dungeon, because of you and me. He is here because of the love he has for Biafrans. That's why he's there. The question now is, how many of us also can give such love back to our leader? Remember, he said he will never disappoint us, that we are the ones that will disappoint him. How many of us are in that group that will disappoint? That's a question that everybody have to ask themselves. People are now preparing for Christmas, and he is still in DSS dungeon. He spent the Christmas of 2021 there. He spent the Christmas of 2022 there, and now 2023. We should search our conscience. Is he good? Is he supposed to be there? The answer is no. He's not supposed to be there. That's why if you know what you can do to make sure that our leader is released and others that are in detention, then you do it. And not giving excuses. Sit back and have a sober reflection of what is going on at this moment. And then you put it onto yourself. Our leader, this will be his third Christmas in DSS. That is not correct. The Nigerian government should release our leader and all those that are working assiduously to make sure that our leader is released. Chukwu Abiyama will bless each and every one of us in different ways. I want to use this opportunity again to tell us that it is very important that we remain consistent in this quest for freedom. Very, very important. I also commend those of us that are paying their monthly donations, in spite of the fact that some are trying to discourage you. Do not listen to them, because you know why you joined IPOB. Also, to commend those of us that obey our leaders' instruction. Those of you that are paying to the correct accounts approved by our leader, and those of us that are following the IPOB code of conduct. Forget about those that pick and choose the ones they want to follow. They have some section that they want to follow in IPOB code of conduct when it suits them. And then the others, they drop it. They tell you that that one is not IPOB code of conduct, or maybe it has changed. No, IPOB code of conduct has changed. It still remains the same. And those of them that are going against the IPOB code of conduct that claim to be with our leader, oh, our leader, I am with you. What you say I will do, I will do. But when it comes to the do, they don't do. Those ones, they are not with us. As simple as that. Being an IPOB means you have to follow the rules and regulations laid down in the IPOB code of conduct. You have to carry out our leaders' instructions, no matter how hard it is. You have to pay your monthly donations to the correct account given out by the head of finance, not where you think you can pay. That's when you call yourself an IPOB. Not wearing t-shirt, because anybody can sew t-shirts and put on t-shirts. Wearing t-shirt is not criteria that you are an IPOB, but following the rules, consistency, focus, carry out instructions laid down by the leader. Pay your money to the correct account, not when somebody gives you his or her private account and you say you are with IPOB. You are not with us. And you follow the IPOB code of conduct. As simple as that. Discipline. Freedom fighting entails discipline. Everybody must fall within this discipline, within the rules, or else you are not with us. It's either you are with us or against us. There is no in between. So those of them that say they are waiting until our leader comes out before they will pay their money, you are not with us. Because the list is there. The last time you paid is there. Not when you pay to somebody's personal account or somebody gives you an account to pay, then you say you have paid. No. Because the money, the finance department cannot account for that money. It means you did not fall in line with what you are supposed to do. Some of us have forgotten the reason why we joined the IPOB in the first place. Many have forgotten. Many think it's about fighting for position. A simple instruction will be given, some will not carry it out. They feel they have arrived. They are not part of us. Everybody should go back and read the IPOB Oath of Allegiance, what it states. The moment you go against or you try to disrupt anything that will move the struggle forward, you have gone against the oath. And we all know the consequences. Don't say you were not told. For those of us that are here, those of us that are following our leader and carrying out his instructions, will bless each and every one of us. It's not easy. Nobody says it's going to be easy. Freedom fighting entails funds. Some have decided not to pay to the correct accounts. But you see them, they will shout more than others. They will come on radio or wherever radio they are and be making noise. The assignment given to them, they will not carry it out. They want another assignment that is not even assigned to them. They do not align with IPOB. Therefore, for those of us that are consistent that is carrying out the instruction of our leader, paying the correct accounts, and abide by the IPOB code of conduct, they are the ones that are IPOB. Remember that people have died in this our quest for freedom. It's not a company. IPOB is not a company where some people will be giving accounts to individuals or to some coordinators to pay money. Some coordinators are not even paying, but they want the name coordinator. The moment you remove them from there, they start agitating. But they don't pay. They don't pay. And when a coordinator do not pay, how do you expect your members to pay? Well, in this our quest for freedom, everybody carry their own cross. I carry mine, you carry your own. That's the way it is. And I want to reiterate again that the account that they have in Germany, they say is an international account. That account is not approved by our leader, and I did not announce that account. If you pay money into that account, you are on your own. You are not with us. The same applies to the one they have in Australia. Everybody now have become a banker. That account is illegal and must be shut. The one they have in the United Kingdom, the Forest Gate, that have not paid money since March 2022, that account must be shut down. And the money there will be accounted for. The same applies to the one in the United. Keep announcing it each time so that Biafrans will take note, because Biafrans will ask questions one day. The same account, illegal account that they opened in South Africa, they call it welfare account. They went and transferred 300,000 rands. That account must be shut down, and that money will be accounted for, because people paid that money. It's people's money. The same applies to the one that they go behind collecting from coordinators, and coordinators will release the money because nobody wants to lose their position. Somebody that don't obey Onyendu's instruction, you are obeying the person's instruction. It means you are not even sure where you stand. The same applies to the women accounts in Canada. Over 53,000 Canadian dollars that was there as of March 2022. That one will be accounted for. The same with the one in Chase Bank, the former national account in USA, over $745,000 will be accounted for. Biafrans will ask questions. That's why I keep saying it all the time. So Biafrans will take notes. What happened to the Umweri account? Up to today, we don't know how much was there. But nobody talks about it. You see them, they don't come on air and talk about Umweri account. You don't ask yourself question, why are they not talking about Umweri account? But they were so fast to close Germany accounts. As if that one was not enough for them, they went to Italy and seized the accounts. Because in Italy, they said that if they can enter Germany's account, that Italy account is just a walkover. That's what Chike Paul Edozie said. It's on record. They think they are fighting in Nenia. No. You're not fighting me. That's the mistake they made. All those that are paying to the correct accounts, I commend every one of us. Fold up? No. We will never fold up. Nothing. will bring it down, because this is ordained by Chukwu Okike Abiama. And he sent his anointed, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And when Chukwu Okike Abiama sends you an assignment, he equips you on the tools to use for that assignment. And that's exactly what is happening. They will all be put to shame. Biafrans are taking note. This is not 1967 or 66. This era, everybody will account for what they did. They were so fast in taking IPOB international account bank statements and made photocopy and sent out to their town criers. And they started announcing it on air. A nation account. Even Nigeria don't even do it. They were reading it on air. How much that was spent. They were reading it as if it was a lecture. They used it, they made our bank statement a handout. Chike Doziem copied it from Collins Chinedu. Chike Doziem, he's distributed it to others. And you think Chukwu Okike Abiama will keep quiet just like that? Mbano. They took Germany international account and shared to all of them their town criers. Otimpunga. What have they achieved today? What they were looking for, did they find it? The reason why I keep saying this is that so those that don't know, we know, they will take down records for future reference. Because this, we are not going to sweep it under the carpets. Now, there are people compiling my brokers on finance, and they will lay it there and ask them questions. When the time comes, our leader is in DSS, a leader that loves his people, me and you, sacrifice. The second time he's in DSS now, 2015 and 2021. And some people are so happy, insulting him, insulting the family. Chukwu Abiama will straighten everybody. Like I said, we are all carrying our cross. You are not carrying my own. I'm carrying my own. Why you take care of your own? I want to commend all those that are paying, that refuse to allow the devil to have its way. I commend every one of us. I want to use this medium to commend our two USA regional coordinators in the person of Mazi Ndidiaworum, the regional coordinator of Mountain Time Zone, and all those that are with him. The second regional coordinator is Mazi Chiezioku. He's the regional coordinator for the Eastern Time Zone. And his group, those that are working with him, I commend all of them. Because each time I call upon them, they will gather their people, make calls, and they'll make sure that we get what we want to do, to pay what we're supposed to pay. Even when our leader sends instruction, they do it. And others in the United Kingdom and in South Africa. and some individuals. I commend these two regional coordinators. They've never backed off. I also want to commend the financial secretary for the state of Michigan, the financial secretary for the state of Massachusetts, and the financial secretary for the state of Maryland for their cooperation. I work with them, with my team. If you tell them that this is the instruction to carry out, they do it. Not the ones that will hold IPOB money because they want to, whatever they want to prove, that's known to them. I commend them. And the ones in the United Kingdom as well, and the one in South Africa. For these two regional coordinators, they work silently and carry out the instruction. Chukwu Abiyama, we bless each and every one of them. They are not doing it for me, but for Biafrans and for generations yet unborn, so that our people will be free. Now it's Christmas. Some have not been paid back home. They have not been paid. That is the reason why we are here, to make sure that we are free. But some don't care. Search your conscience. This Christmas, know that some mothers, some fathers have lost their children. Siblings have lost their siblings, brothers and sisters, because they said that they want Biafra, and they were killed. And our leader is in DSS. Remember that when you are eating your jollof rice or whatever. Remember, reflect on that. When you gather around the Christmas tree to celebrate with your children and your family singing Christmas carol, remember that there's somebody who sacrificed, still sacrificing for you to be able to be with your kids. He's not there. And others as well that are in DSS. Remember them. Conscious is very important. Ask yourself, why did you join IPOB? Why did you decide to follow our leader? You saw something in him. You knew that he can be trusted. You knew that he has never failed us. So what happened now? Some people think that freedom fighting is just coming and shouting, insulting people. No, that's not what it is. You must be mentally fit to be able to embark on this journey. Others are in prison while you are singing Christmas carol. Remember, I encourage every one of us to remain steadfast, remain strong, consistent. One thing I know is that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and that our leader will be free and will join us. Think about it when you are having your Christmas. Think, where is my leader? Where are other Biafrans? Where are those that have lost their children in this cause of freedom? Where are they? Think about it. Remember our leader and his family in your prayers, and others that are in DSS and in other prison in Biafra land and in Nigeria, other parts of Nigeria. I don't have anything again to say than to say we keep marching to the end. No going back, because going back now is suicidal. No going back. We will see it to the end. And very soon, our leader will be out and join us together. Thank you, Barrister Onoha, for picking my calls this evening.
Thank you very much,
That's all
Madam.
I have to say.
Well, thank you and have a brilliant and a wonderful holiday.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, you have heard it, and of course, that was the voice of Wada Nenayanya. She is the IPOB head of finance worldwide, and of course, addressing Biafrans this evening. And you have heard it from the horse's mouth. There is nothing much to say or nothing much to elaborate on than to keep on keeping on. For those of you who understand the reason why we are on this race, for those of you who understand that our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, is not supposed to be behind bars all those years, while some people are busy helping themselves with IPOB money, IPOB finance. They don't really care. For them, as a matter of fact, they appreciate the fact that our leader is still in custody so that they can continue with their criminality. And this is what has been going on. People are fighting, over money, over fund, which they know nothing about. They are turning upside down the rules and regulation of Ali Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, changing everything to suit their own evil and immoral activities. But like our Wanda Nayanya said, there will be time for accountability. There will be time when everything will be laid to bear. There will be time when people will start confessing. There will be time when all those money that you have eaten, that they will be spilled out from your mouth. It's as simple as that. There's nothing you can do about it. Evil still remain evil. And you cannot change a bad thing, to be good. No, there's no ways about that. The rules are very simple. The rules are straightforward here in IPOB, how we manage our finance and who are those that are responsible for finance. It cannot be that people will, leave their lane and jump into other lane to begin to handle something that is not within their powers, something that is not even within their jurisdiction. This is not the IPOB we love and cherish. All right, thank you very much. And of course, we will continue. I will take a quick break because before I close of this broadcast this evening, I would like to, touch base with some, minor issues, and of course, analyze some issues and update Biafra this evening because it is late night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha here on Biafra Radio, where we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So please don't go away because we are just getting started this evening. All right, we will continue. It is Biafra Radio, and we will be back after this. Don't go away. Video, and we are live. We are direct. Today being the 24th day, Christmas Eve. It is a day, of course, that we have brought to you this evening, a live broadcast, and of course, an emergency one from the head of Finance, Wanda Nenayanya, addressing Biafrans this evening. And of course, believe you have heard what she had to say with regards to our finance, and of course, how people are meddling into our finance, of course, where they are not supposed to meddle into. All right, before we go this evening, as I promised, I need to bring some updates. And these are informations that we have, of course, news making headlines, in our world this day. This is coming from Daily Post. And of course, I want to bring it to you and of course update you with what was said in Daily Post. So It's read like this: Nnamdi Kano's family louds Ohaneze, Southeast governors, NAS members, and others. Nnamdi Kano's families loud Ohaneze, Southeast governors, NAS members, and others. And of course, let me tell you something. When you do the right thing, of course, we will laud you. We will acknowledge you. When you do the wrong thing, of course, we will also let the whole world know that you have done the wrong thing. We cannot be all the time this and that. I understand that Ohanese can do wrong now and then, or we might not agree with them on whatever it is that they might have to say or do. But like I said, when they do the right thing, of course, it is our responsibility, of course, to acknowledge the same. And this is what this freedom fighting is all about. It is all about leaving room and leaving options open for negotiation and of course for table talk when the needs call. I'll give you an example. Israel is fighting Hamas. But now and then they will come to, an understanding. They will come to a negotiation table whereby they say, let's have a ceasefire for 3 days. Let's have a ceasefire for 1 week for this and that. That is how it has to be. It cannot be that you are fighting for freedom, but you don't have option whereby you will be able to sit at the table and negotiate. You must leave option open for that. That is how it is done. It is called diplomacy. It is called negotiation. All right. So Nnamdi Kano's family allows Ohaneze, Southeast governor, NAS members, and others. So let us understand why that is the case. The family of Nnamdi Kano, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, on Sunday applauded the President General and leadership of Ohaneze Ndigbo and Southeast governors for standing by the Biafran agitator since his extraordinary rendition in 2021. And I couldn't agree more. I mean, I do come on air here, and most of the news I give here on late nights has to do with what Ohaneze have to say with regarding, of course, the detention, illegal detention for that matter, of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kano. And of course, we do acknowledge that, and that is what we are talking about. And of course, we expect them to do more because at the end of the day, we expect, Biafrans, even those in politics, those in government, to speak out about the illegal detention of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kano, because it is the right thing to do. I mean, when Sunday Igboho was, detained, Yoruba extracts, Yoruba politicians, Yoruba social organization, they were talking, they were speaking out until Igboho was released. And this is the same thing we also expect with regard to our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kano. Kano's family also commended the chairman and members of the joint body of Southeast traditional rulers, bishops and archbishops, Southeast governors and members of the National Assembly for their intervention in the trial of the Biafran agitator. A statement signed by Kingsley Kano Takano for the family urged those blackmailed and allegedly falsely accused due to Kano's trial not to relent. He urged them to see such blackmail as the mischievous working and betrayal of those against Kano and the Southeast. The statement reads as follows: to all those that this may concern, we the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kano hereby wish to express our heartfelt appreciation for the exceptional support and dedication to the cause of justice for our brother and head of our family, Mazi Nnamdi Kano, since his rendition from Kenya. In particular, recognition of certain Southeast civic and political leaders of renown. We have noted your unwavering and sincere commitment to seeking his release from detention and other support you have rendered noticed or unnoticed. We must not fail to thank, in particular, the President General and leadership of Hannes Ndibo, the chairman, members of the joint body of Southeast traditional rulers, bishops, archbishops, certain Southeast governors, and members of the National Assemblies. Your constant intervention, covert or overt, have not only made a difference, but they have also inspired and motivated others to see the injustice of the case. We are genuinely grateful for what you all have done. To those of you who have been blackmailed or accused falsely and baselessly, we ask you not to relent, but to see such blackmail and false accusations as the mischievous working and betrayal of those that do not wish Mazen Namdekano and Southeast well. Once again, thank you all for your remarkable efforts and unwavering support. We are truly appreciative of everything you all have done, and we look forward to the opportunity of soon witnessing the positive outcome of your intervention. And of course, acknowledging the likes of Ohanese, Southeast governors, NAS members, and others for their efforts with regards to our leaders' continued incarceration in the hands of the DSS and the ZOO government. And of course, this is it. Now, I will take a quick break once again, and I will be back right now once I am back, and we will see what we can do. And after that, we will start packing, we will start living this evening. But for now, let's take a quick break. Please don't go away. We'll be back.
The original rap from bring back, bang, bang, bang. Boom. Okay. Every day we keep on moving. We keep on moving forward. Every day we keep on moving. We keep on moving forward. This is our time. It's our freedom time. Every day we keep on moving. We keep on moving forward. My brother, no boy, every day me and the communities are friends together. Yeah. So one day when you must be free, every time I look up to the sky, what you gotta see in our blessings are all over the Biafra land. We are back again, we are back again. Yeah. Make it give me my own, make you hold your own, yeah. So me, I don't want to take it, maybe by force, maybe by force, yeah. We're back again. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. This is our time, it's our freedom time. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. My brother, no go back. I got my heart about the trust, I got it. Say no one marry again, no be by force, so it's just a simple mathematics. Make you do your own, make I do my own, no. We know they fight, make you give me my own thing, yeah. Yeah, the best and every day we keep on moving forward, back on every champion, no one can stop us. Yeah. Keep on moving forward, remember, make you way. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. This is our time, it's our freedom time. Every day we keep on moving, we keep on moving forward. My brother, you are my brother, my sister. Let's keep on moving forward. Biafra has come. This is our freedom time. Forward ever, backward never. God bless you, Nandi Karo. God bless you, Kandi. God bless you, Benjamin Matu. God bless you, the motherland. One love.
Music breaks.
All right, welcome back once again. And of course, it is late night with Barista Ikechukwu Aloha here on Biafra Radio. We are live, we are direct, and of course, Elohim is supervising over what we are doing here. News unabatedly because we are not giving up. We must continue until Biafra is restored on its entirety. This is our work, and this is what we have sworn to do. And by, our leader Mazen Kano must be released. There is nothing anybody can do or say about it. And bringing you updates, information, news here on late night. Of course, if you are joining us in Johannesburg, South Africa, and of course, it is the 24th day of December. It is new December, Christmas Eve, for those of you who celebrate Christmas. And of course, in Biafra land, it should be 9:25 p.m. Wherever you are hearing the sound of my voice, it should be 25 minutes past the top of the hour. So let's give you some news and, of course, see what more we have. And this one is coming from the Guardian newspaper. Ugo Chinyere expresses disappointment in superior is okay. Let me take this again, please. Ugo Chinyere expresses disappointment in Superior Court, urges Tinubu to intervene for peace and unity. The spokesperson coalition of opposition lawmakers, Honorable Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere, has described as sad watching the Supreme Court denying Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of course, I think the word proscribed should not be used anymore because IPOB is no longer a proscribed organization based, of course, on the ruling that we got even in Enugu High Court. So the word proscribe is no longer legal to use on IPOB. So let me take this once again, and of course I'm going to delete that word proscribe because it is inconsequential in our case as a people. The spokesperson coalition of opposition lawmakers, Honorable Ikenga Imo Ugochinyere, has described as sad watching the Supreme Court deny Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, justice after declaring his Kenya abduction and home invasion illegal in the same judgment. You know, it is, I don't know, it's so baffling. It is so baffling that you would expect more, you would expect better from a court of higher jurisdiction like the Supreme Court. I mean, how can a court speaking from both sides of their mouth? I mean, the Supreme Court condemned the invasion of the house of our leader in Afaruku Ibeku, and also condemned the illegal abduction of Onyendumazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya. And yet again, you are denying the same man freedom. How does that work? You say that his house invasion, the so-called Operation Python dance, it was illegal. That's what the Supreme Court ruled. And again, in the same judgment, you ruled that extraordinary rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is also illegal. Then what is left is for you to do what? Let the man go. But no, you did not. Rather, you still refer the matter to the High Court. Does it make sense? And of course, that is the kind of justice you will always see in the zoo called Nigeria. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, a Supreme Court of Appeal is one of the highest courts, or rather the highest court in the zoo called Nigeria. And anybody will expect, a powerful ruling from such a court. Everybody will expect them to do the right thing, but rather they keep speaking from their both side of their mouth. All right, we must continue. It is still Biafra Radio. We are live, we are direct, and of course, Elohim, He is watching us from above. We will be back after this, and of course, to bring you some more information before we wrap this up. It is, of course, the 24th day of December 2023, time standing at 10:29 p.m. here in Johannesburg. It is late night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. Please don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Anywhere we go, that's so the blessings of the Lord they follow us. Anywhere we go, that's so the blessings of the Lord they follow us. Go no, we never hear go here. Say that problem come. We are the best. We are the best. Now. We are the body one. We are come to freedom time. Every day keep on praying to God. It's our freedom time. Now so we keep on moving forward. I feel hope is in your mind. I feel hope is in your mind. Different people in your mind. Different people in your mind. We never just like that make it on. It's not that make it on. It's not that make it step on it down. It's our freedom time. Promised land, they're from the promised land. They're from the promised land, they're from the promised land. Yeah, when I look up to the sky, I can see the sun is shining. It's shining all over Biafra. We are the best. I give thanks to God for the blessings on us.
All right, we are back again, and of course, you are tuned in to Biafra Radio, and of course, we are live. We are direct. Trust me when I tell you that this is the place we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. It is, of course, the 24th day of December 2023, the year of our Lord, and of course, we are coming to you all the way from Johannesburg, the city of gold, they call it. It is 10:32 p.m. here in Johannesburg. And of course, if you are listening from Biafra land, it should be 32 minutes past the top of the hour 9. And anywhere you are hearing the sound of my voice, anywhere in the world, it should be 32 minutes past the top of the hour. And of course, this is how you know that you are hearing my voice live and direct. My name is Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. I am called for this restoration effort, and of course, there is nothing you or anybody can do about it because Chukwunyerana Onyechago. All right, let's see what more we have for you with news information, because that is what late night is all about, bringing you news and information here on Biafra Radio. The Guardian. Let's see what the Guardian have to say. Southeast Development Commission bill passed third reading at House of Reps. As you may know, it has been many years that they have been pushing for this bill to go through so that the Southeast will be taking war. Nigerian Biafra war. Nothing has been done in that area, in that part of the world called Southeast. And of course, this bill was actually aimed at, taking care of situation as it stands deterioratable in the southeast. 53 years after the conclusion of the Nigerian Civil War, the House of Representatives have passed through the third reading of a bill seeking the establishment of the Southeast Development Commission. The House unanimously took the decision at the Committee of the Whole chaired by the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Benjamin Okezekalo, after considering the report of the bill, standing in Carlos' name as the lead sponsor and indeed all the lawmakers of the Southeast region. The explanatory memorandum of the bill stated that the Commission will be charged with the responsibility to receive a managed fund from allocation of the Federation account for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of roads, houses, and other infrastructural damages suffered by the region as a result of the effect of the Civil War. When established, the Commission will as well tackle the ecological problems and any other related environmental or development challenges in the Southeast states, which include Abia, Imo, Enugu, Anambra, and Ebonyi State. Incidentally, the passage of the bill is coming at a time members of the National Assembly from the region, led by the Deputy Speaker, are championing a new initiative known as Peace in Southeast Project, which is craving for non-kinetic approach to resolving the socio-economic and sociological challenges and also boost the infrastructural development of the area. The implication of the third reading of the bill is that it will now be taken to the Senate for concurrence before it will be transmitted to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for his assent to make it a law. Similarly, the House also passed through third reading a bill seeking to appeal the Weight and Measures Act, CAP W3 laws of the Federation of Nigeria, 2004, to establish the Nigerian Weight and Measures Regulatory Agency for the development and enforcement of verifying scopes of legal metrological standard for the promotion of fair trade, protection of public health, safety, and the environment. The House also took the decision at the Committee of the Whole while considering the report on the bill. And of course, this is what our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, has been gunning for, all those years. And whatever you see that is happening, that is good towards the Southeast, of course, will remind you the effort our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, has put in to ensure that Southeast is not forgotten. So, when you see them channeling energy or attention to the Southeast, don't think it's because of anything, but think deeply that it was because our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, has been talking about how Southeast, of course, the Biafra land, has been neglected all these years. So this is what the Guardian is talking in connection with that. And of course, I'm going to take the last quick break. Thank you for joining us this evening. Of course, it has been indeed a great one, and I thank Wada Nenayanya for making our time this evening to come on air to speak to Biafrans this evening. And I thank you also those who have come to listen to what we have to offer you this evening. Of course, this is Biafra Radio. It is where we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And of course, sometime next week, I will be bringing back the IPOB Johannesburg because we have an unfinished business. They were unable to wrap up what this time around. We will come up with all they have, all they want to talk to Biafrans about this evening. One thing is very, very important, and that is, come what may, Onyendo Mazen Nnamdi Kanu must be released. It doesn't matter those who are working against the release of
All we want is our freedom. All we ask for is our freedom. We are not here to fight anyone. We are not here to quarrel anyone. We have come to collect what belongs to us. All we need is our freedom. I know we can stop us all. Yeah. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. We are the people, we love our unity. We are the people, with great nation. All we want is our freedom. No one can stop us. Let's keep on playing for freedom. We are the best, all over the places. Biafra the promised land. Wave the flag, wave the flag, wave the flag. Let me see you now. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. Wave your flag, wave your flag. I want Biafra flag on. God bless you, Mazen Nabigano. God bless you, Benjamin Madugu. God bless you, Tukandi. God bless the mother and girl. God bless all the Biafra people. Let me the money make you ready, you know.
Good evening, great Biafrans and wonderful people. I welcome you this evening. It is late night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. Permit me to welcome you if you are just joining in right now. And of course, I would like you to share our broadcast far and near. And of course, invite other people to join us this evening. Of course, what we do here in late night is to propagate this gospel according to the restoration of the sovereign state of Biafra. And this night will not be an exception, I tell you that. So we will, of course, this night be preaching that good news here on Biafra Radio, where we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Therefore, of course, we have prayed, as you have heard the voice of our leader, Mazen Namdekano, of course, leading us in a wonderful and powerful prayer for that matter. All right, I welcome you once again. It is Biafra Radio. My name is Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. I hear from Omowa, and for those of you who don't know where Omowa is in Biafra, and of course in Olo province of Biafra land for that matter. So this night we will be doing the needful, and I will be having one of our own all the way from the United States of America, who will be joining me shortly, of course, to assist me in analyzing news and information this evening. It is Biafra Radio. We are live, we are direct. Of course, the time here is 10:10 p.m. in the evening. In case if you're listening from Biafra land, it should be 10 minutes past the top of the hour, 9 p.m. in the evening. It doesn't matter wherever you are listening from. It doesn't matter wherever you are hearing the sound of my voice. If your time is saying 10 minutes past the top of the hour, it means you are listening to me live and direct this evening. All right, without wasting time, because our time is not friendly. I think what I need to do is to bring up our brother and comrade Mazi Ichie Ezioku and see if he is available to join me. And of course, when I bring him in, I will then go into news and analysis. And once I am done with news and analysis, then I will get him in to get his take and of course help in analyzing the same. So let me call Mazi Ezioku and of course see if I can get hold of him. Very, very important. And I would like him to greet Biafra then I will commence with the news, because what we do here on late night is news analysis and information. Let me see if you can hear me. Mazi, good evening from here. Can you hear me?
Mazi, good evening. I can hear you loud and clear.
All right, and then watching again. This is Mazi Ichie Ezioku. Mazi Workers is late night with Barrister Ikechuku. I would like you to greet Biafrans, and when you are done doing that, and of course, I will go in analyzing the same. Please go ahead, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. Actually, Barrister.
Anyone will do. It's not a problem.
It is not easy, because we've got a lot of names that were being called, and Onyendu initially when they called us miscreants, Onyendu said he's number one miscreant.
Absolutely.
And I remember one time that they asked me, some of our members asked me that question. They said I'm a miscreant. I said yes, that I'm number two. That actually Onyendu is number one, so I'm number two.
I think I am number two. Maybe you're number three, I guess. I think you're number three.
No. We will struggle that one, but Kosin already, I greet all Biafrans, those sleeping, those awake, those still enjoying themselves in this Christmas, Merry Christmas, and the prosperous New Year to come. And I really thank you for having.
Thank you very much.
I say thank you so much, and God bless.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, you have heard it. That was the voice of our brother Mazi Ichie Ezioku, and of course, all the way from the United States of America, joining us this evening. And this is Late Night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. We call it late night because this is the right time to speak to Biafrans all around the world. Nobody is on the road. Even if there is anybody on the road, it should be few of them, but majority are already at home and will be listening to Biafra Radio as we bring them news, information, and analysis. So what I will do now is I will go into news and analysis, and of course I will get Mazi Ezioku once again to come up and help me in analyzing those news. So we have this one that says that we must collaborate to ensure peace, stability. Tinubu tells governors we must collaborate to ensure peace, stability. Tinubu tells governor. All right, let's see why Tinubu is saying this. President Bola Tinubu has said the federal, and I'll tell you why I am actually bringing up this news. Oh, just hold your gut and you will understand where I am going with this. President Bola Tinubu has said the federal and subnational government have the mutual responsibility of ensuring the country's peace and stability. Speaking during a meeting with the Nigerian Governors Forum, NGF, at his residence in Lagos on Tuesday, the president reiterated his condemnation of the latest killing in Plateau State. All right, I will pause here and I will bring Mazi Ezioku back again. Mazi, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, my blood.
All right,
my brother.
Mazi, President Tinubu says that they must collaborate to bring peace and stability. Now, let's take Southeast, for instance. Do you think there can be peace in the Southeast while Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is still incarcerated? Please, can I get your thoughts on that?
Mazi, it's a laughable matter. It's very, very laughable. Why I say it's very laughable, these people know what to do. If they want peace, they know what to do. Let them release our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. A lot of people are angry. Basically, it's not even IPOB that is doing whatever that is happening in the East. Boys are angry. They are doing whatever they can to get their leader out. The only person they know now is our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So if you're suppressing someone, and at the end of the day you want peace, come on now. you that is suppressing someone is the one that is even taking loads of army officers to go kill people for no good reason. Putting army officers on the streets to disturb, and even police officers to disturb innocent citizens that are walking on the streets. How do you expect that to be? How do you expect to have peace? Of course, it's not going to be peaceful. You have to start from, first of all, you have to start by doing the right thing. And the right thing is releasing Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Do you think they don't know what they are doing? They know what they are doing.
Absolutely.
Peace, 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 peace. They keep on shouting this peace as if this peace is going to fall from heaven. Why they know what they are going to do and they don't still want to do that thing and they are shouting peace? Come on now. Are we that dumb? Are we that stupid? We know that most of these politicians are the people that is even holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from coming out because of their own selfish interest. They don't even have the interest of their own people at heart. So if they are shouting peace, don't they know what to do? Let them not deceive themselves anymore. We've been deceived a lot. And one Nigeria cannot be, we cannot continue to pour or die on the altar of one Nigeria. Our blood will be spilled on the altar of one Nigeria. Does it really make sense? It doesn't really make sense. So I raise my case on this particular one because they know what to do. They know what to do. Let them not deceive themselves anymore. Politicians are the problem that we're facing. They are the problems. So if they know what they know the right thing to do, and let them do it. Let them release our leader, and within 1 day there will be peace. There will be peace. If they release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu today, there will be peace. They know better now. They know. So Mazi, let me leave that topic because they know what to do.
All right.
It's just as if we're just deceiving ourselves.
All right. Mazi, on the same topic, on the same subject, there was a case that was told to us, in the Bible when they talk about King Solomon, when he judged a matter between two women, the other one, I think it was, there's a one that's, I don't know if I'm on the right track, but there was a story whereby, this woman, there was famine in the country, and the other one was saying, okay, bring your child. Was bringing her old child, they kill, they eat. When it was the turn of the other woman to bring her child, she refused. Now, that takes me back to Sunday Goho, who is a Yoruba man. Of course, Tinubu and the rest, the Yoruba elders, they did everything possible to ensure that Iwoho was released. And now, the same Tinubu is holding, because I would like to say Tinubu is not the court or DSS. The same Tinubu, by the virtue of him being the commander-in-chief, is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu captive, and he's asking us for peace. I mean, how, like you said, how stupid do they think we are? And where on earth is that peace going to come from? And then I don't understand how the so-called, leaders and the governors reason or the way they think, knowing that it is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was not alone in this whole, peace struggle thing or freedom struggle thing that was incarcerated. Iwoho was incarcerated. Where is Iwoho today? And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being held. Please, I want to get your take on this, and then, of course, I will ask you another question with regards to the issue of sit at home. Please go ahead, Mazi.
What how is happening really baffles me, especially when you know that someone like Tinubu had problems with Abacha when Abacha was in office. And at the end of the day, he called himself a Democrat. And if he's a Democrat, he knows the right thing to do. And he was against people being incarcerated for no good reason. And now you, it's just like when he was shouting then He was asking that they wanted true federalism. Now he has gotten in there. There's no true federalism. He has gotten in there and nothing is being done. And he's still holding our leader. And he knows he knows better. And he knows better. And he knows very, very much better. So you see, it's just back to that thing I'm saying. They are basically deceiving themselves and telling us cock and bull story. It's just like Boko Haram is in the north, destroying north. They are packing all the whole military. They are bringing them in the east to come and even the aircraft to come and bomb the east. How does that justify what Boko Haram is doing and what some people, not even IPO, not even ESN, are doing? You know, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't. There is no. Did you see anybody that they are bombing their house or getting into a whole village and slaughtering a whole village? It doesn't happen here, but they are in the north. It's terrible, even to the level of what they are doing to the people of the middle
the
west
Gaza.
or Midwest or you know, it's crazy. What is happening in TV land and Taraba, all these places? It is horrible. The way people are being murdered over there, and you still see these guys coming over here to come and fight over nothing. Coming over to the east to come and fight over nothing. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really make sense. And I don't see how they can justify what they are doing. If not that our so-called politicians and our so-called elders are allowing it to happen. If they are stood their ground, look at the way people was released from prison. Obasanjo went, Wole Soyinka went there. In fact, let me tell you something.
Go ahead,
because,
please.
You know, we have meetings sometimes. We have meeting with these Oduduwa Republic leaders. And one day we were talking, and I said to one of their leader, and I said to him, I know that that Wole Soyinka and the rest of them are supporting you guys indirectly. He didn't say anything. He kept quiet. I asked him again. He just smiled and shrugged it in, shoved it off one side. I laughed. I said, you see what is going on? And this is the same. These people are protecting the interests of their own people. Why these people are bringing the military over for our people to be murdered for no good reason? And they forget to understand the fact that if the youths are the ones that put you in office, nobody will threaten your power. That's one thing they forget. And when you used to tell them this. So it's unfortunate what is going on. The Yorubas are doing their own. Even go to Osun State, where Miniko, at that time, was their governor. They used their national anthem, not Nigerian national anthem. It was all over the place. What did they do to them? Did they kill any of them? Anytime they demonstrate on the street, do you see any of them being shot at? None of them will be killed. In fact, they will if they arrest any of them, all of them will keep there, and at the end of the day, they will be released. They will be released. But our own, because we have no value in Nigeria. Just kill us, and still you don't want to let us go. My brother.
Thank you very much, Mazi. Mazi, let's talk about this. You know, some time ago, not long ago, our leader issued a letter, from detention and told, people to sit at home. Now, when you look at it, our leader has displayed indeed that he wants peace to return, in the southeast. But yet, there is no returns gesture from the zoo called Nigeria. Now, I don't know if we will look at this as a weakness from our side, because our leader has done everything to prove to the zoo called Nigeria that he's not for war in the southeast, that he is not for any kind of riots or destruction of public property or what have you in the southeast by writing that letter. Now, one should expect, obviously, Tinubu and the zoo government to reciprocate to that gesture. But unfortunately, nothing is coming forth of it. I don't know what you'd make of it.
Well, if somebody is holding your scrotum, what will you do? Is it not to beg the person to release you? If we want a situation whereby sometimes our people don't understand this, because if they destroy the economy of our people, they are happy. But why destroying the economy of our people? They are destroying themselves too, and they don't understand. Okay, let's take for instance, Oyindu gave an instruction, and the federal government, after Oyindu has given the instruction, the federal government, what they should have done was to say, this man, he truly wants peace.
Absolutely.
Let us even call him. Let us even call him for dialogue. Let us know what he wants. Obviously, they already know what Oyindu wants. But because, let us even tell ourselves the truth, because I like telling myself the truth. Then when I tell myself the truth, we will know where to solve our problem. Because we have bad eggs and bad leaders. Ndakazu, Ndaromani, people that wants to take over leadership where they are not supposed to take over leadership. Criminals, liars, and deceivers. That is why sometimes some certain things are not working perfectly well the way it's supposed to work. And I know you understand where I'm going to, but I'll just leave it at that.
All right.
But sometimes I'm like Ibn Guafa, because that is me for you, So, back to what we're saying, Oyendu has shown that love, has shown that gesture to the leadership of Nigeria. It remains for them to reciprocate, and things will be good in the southeast. It's not even only us now. The eyes of everybody is open. It's not only us that is talking. Some of the Yoruba people are now talking. Some of the Hausa people are now talking. So, it's touching everybody. And so, we are still there.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. While I go to this news, of course, and I would like to get your input. Now, this is more like responding to what Tinubu have said with regards to peace. And this is coming, from Amobi Oga. He is a representative, member representing Isukwato Monochi Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. And this is what he has to say, of course. Honorable Amobi Oga has argued that the release of the detained leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is a prerequisite to a lasting peace in the South East geopolitical zone. And he went on to say, we can't talk about peace in Southeast without releasing Nnamdi Kanu. Please go ahead, Mazi. Let me get your thoughts on this one.
Yeah, my brother, it's still that same thing that we're talking about. Without Mazi, there won't be any peace. Because you cannot stop a common man on the street from doing what he wants to do. Because he's angry. You cannot hold on to the only leader that we have and think there will be peace. A common man on the street will, will still do what he needs to do. That's what they call a lone ranger. You know, they will still do what they want to because they are angry. People are angry. You cannot be partial to a lot of things. Everything in Nigeria is always partial. Everything in Nigeria is always partial. It's always tilting to is either for the Northerners or the Westerners. Every time. So he's 100% right. If they want peace, release Maz and Nandikano. And let peace return. If they don't want peace, they still have to release him because he did nothing wrong. They want to kidnap. Maz has never carried gun before. Maz has always advocated for peace. So why would they now go and carry him? For what reason? Because they feel they can carry him because an Igbo man or he's a Biafra. That's the only reason why they. Because every time how someone will do something or the Fulani people will do something, look at their governors going to go and meet them to judge with them. They go, they meet them, they sit down comfortably with army people surrounding them. After talking, the bandits will leave and the governors will leave. They will give them our own money, our money. They will still give it to them. They will give them our money. And they still they will still tell you that they are our brothers. But our own is for us to be killing our own people. Our governors, they will send, let them go and kill their own brothers. And they fail to understand that they will not be in that seat for the rest of their life. It's only 8 years. They will move on to somewhere else. And they think that if Biafra comes tomorrow and you don't do the right thing, although you can be forgiven, if you start from now to do the right thing. Onyendu said so himself. And you keep putting your people into hardship. Come on, man. Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. So he's 100% right. Release Onyendu today, peace will reign. Peace will reign. Leave Onyendu, then whatever they see, they take. Onyendu has told you cannot hold somebody that God has destined for something. They know all these things. They know all these things. And the country will keep plunging into poverty. And like Oyendu said, Somalia will be better than Nigeria. What is going on now? Look at the currency. My brother, thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much, Mazin Dewo. And of course, if you are joining me right now, it is Biafra. And with me on the show this evening is Mazi Chase, you all the way from the United States of America, of course, helping me in analyzing news and information as we bring them to you this evening. Biafra Radio, where we preach the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Now, moving along, of course, in the same news, the lawmaker who stated this while fielding questions from newsmen yesterday after distributing a truckload of rice to rappers and cash at his Onuaku Turu country home expressed optimism that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu would hearken to appeals for political solution to Kano's incarceration. He said National Assembly members from the Southeast were seriously worried about the adverse effect of Kano's continued detention on both the lives and economy of residents of the zone and placed with President Tinubu to intervene. Mazi, this man is I don't know if he has taken the place of who was the name of this our brother from Abia, the one he's no longer. Naya, exactly. Now, just the same thing you said. These people are worried. They know the truth. They know that as long as Mazen Kano is being incarcerated, Southeast has no hope. It's as simple as that, because nobody can control whatever is happening or is going to happen in the Southeast. Trust me when I tell you that. Even Ohaneze, they are also concerned. They're also worried. I mean, on numerous occasions, they have cried out, they have called on Tinubu, but they need to understand one thing. Only Biafrans can save themselves, because the people you are calling upon, they are not even interested to do anything. All right, we must continue. Now, there is something, Mazi, I want to bring to your attention, and I will need you to comment on that. Now, Rep Oga explained that the Southeast Development Commission bill, apparently there is a bill that they are pushing, in the House of Assembly. It is called the Southeast Development Commission bill. When signed into law, would help arrest the causes of agitation and tension in the Southeast. Now, I want to ask you, Mazi, I don't know if these people are dreaming, thinking that a common or a mere bill passed in the House of Assembly can, of course, arrest the causes of agitation and tension in the Southeast. Please, I want to get your take on this. I don't know how these people reason, because we know what should be done, and of course who should be done, who should do it in order to ensure that Southeast flourish once again. I don't know if you've heard about this Southeast Development Commission bill, and if you have, please, what do you think about it?
I did, my brother, but I will take I'll take the line of our leader Dimo Eze Buruburu. We told his line when he went to Bayelsa. I think way back then when they invited him because of what was happening to Saruwiwa. And he went there, he climbed the what's it called, the podium, and he said, "Kukuruku, Chiefo, good morning." He told them good morning, and he turned around and walked away. In short, I don't even have anything to say about that one. So what I'm just saying is, Kukuruku, Chiefo. So this is their money. How is that going to stop what is going on? I don't, like I said, these people are just stupid. They are just playing stupid, but we know what they are doing. It's just mere camouflage, just like that. Let us be doing it, one way or the other, it will fall in place. And they know it will fall in place. They just, for them to let time be going, their tenure will be passing. And that's what they are doing. So, Kukuruku, I say good morning to every one of them. This is when the 20 pounds era, right? That's what they are trying to tell us, because it's not now that this thing was supposed to be implemented way back then, after the Civil War. So it's now that they are implementing it. Now that they are bringing it. Far good morning.
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi. And of course, moving along, attacks kill at least 160 people in central Nigeria. Military gangs, locally called bandits, launch the well-coordinated attacks. Armed groups have killed at least 160 people in central Nigeria in series of attacks on villages. Local government officials said on Monday. The toll marked a sharp rise from the initial figure reported by the Sunday evening of just 16 dead in region pledged for several years by religious and ethnic tension. Mazi, I need your opinion on this. You see how easily it is for them to twist it, and now they're saying it's religious tension. What kind of religious tension? It's like Nigeria is going backwards to where they came from. The days of massacre by Boko Haram. But now they're finding a way. Initially, they say that it's only 16 people that died, but now we know that it is 160 people that were massacred. And of course, they are trying to say no. That's what they do. They tell the international community, no, these people are not terrorists. They are bandits. What the hell is bandits? Please go ahead, Mazi.
My brother, you know that lying to ourselves in Nigeria is what they use as their bread and butter. Yeah, it's just like their bread and butter. Let us go a little bit, behind. And what were they calling them before? Hessman and they said is farmers and how did they farmers and hoarders. That was what they were describing it to be. Farmers and hoarders. And that was what CNN was calling it that time. Then we have to tackle CNN. You people are crazy. How can you be calling this? We have to send pictures of middle belters that was slaughtered in their house. You see, this is the problem. It's still the same Biafrans that is fighting for every other person. People don't even know what we're doing. You send pictures, send everything to them. How can you call these farmers and herders clashing? Okay, you see a woman, the child, and the father in a house slaughtered, and you are calling these farmers and where's the farm here? Where's the herders here? And they tell you, well, it's not in our policy to discuss on certain things. This is what CNN does. This is what BBC does. BBC's one is that when you send it, because they have a WhatsApp page, a WhatsApp number, which when you send it, I think it appears on a large screen. Okay, so when we kept sending all those things to them, the thing kept appearing on the screen, and they have to now send a message to me that I should not be, when I want to send this thing, that I should warn them that this thing is so so horrible, that we shouldn't be it's so graphic, that I shouldn't say. I said, but this is what is going on in Nigeria. How come you guys are not reporting the truth? How come you guys are not saying what is actually happening in Nigeria? So back to this place, to the middle of Nigeria, Benue and the rest of them, or Taraba, wherever they are, that they are killing all these things that they are killing. It is still the same thing. It is still these terrorists. It is still these Fulani people that is murdering people. We know that in Edo, some part of Edo, you have to pay them to go to farm. You have to pay these terrorists to go to farm. That is what Nigeria has turned into. This thing they see doing in the Middle Belt. That is what they are doing over in Edo. That's why we say thank you to our leader. If not for a member of ESN, by now you can't even if you cannot come to your father's land, because they will ask you if you're Muhammad or this thing. This is what they've been planning since. This is what they've wanted to do since. But unfortunately, thank God for God being God and bringing our leader when he brought our leader. If not, by now, none of these people that goes around throwing money around in the club, instead of using that money to do good things, to support what we are doing, they'll go around throwing money in the clubs. That's what they do. Just for them to answer name. So all these things, they know what to do. They know the right thing to do. They know the people that is doing this thing. They know now. They know the people that is doing this thing. After all, Dubai, there was an investigation that was done in Dubai. They called the names of the people that was sponsoring terrorism in Nigeria. What is going on with that investigation? All those names, why didn't they pick up those people up? Till today, they've not picked up any of them. So who is killing who is lying to who. They know that. That's why I said initially, how can you? Okay, people used to say, how can you leave the ass that farted now go to the head and knock the head? It doesn't make sense. So this is what they are doing. But you know what? My joy is that one thing. When said this thing, and it's just like joke. He said that they will come down and they will die here. They will die in Biafra land. They will leave their place and terrorists will take over their place. Is it not happening now? It's happening. And they fail to understand that our leader is a chosen one. And if he's a chosen one, they know better because they go to Afar, they go to pastors. All these people you're seeing, they know what is going on. But they will not want to do the right thing because of the blood of innocent that they are shedding to do their sacrifice. They were my brother.
Thank you very much. And of course, if you are joining us right now, it is Biafra Radio. We are live. We are direct. Trust me when I tell you, today, of course, is the 26th day of December, the year of our Lord. And time standing here at 10:47 p.m. in the evening, Johannesburg is where we at. And of course, if you are listening from Biafra land, the holy land of Biafra, it should be 9:48 p.m. in the evening. And of course, it is late night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. Late night is where we analyze news and information. Of course, while you are away, hustling and doing your work, we are busy gathering the information, and this is the time for us to lay it bare so that you can be the judge. And of course, joining me this evening is Mazi Chie Ezioku, all the way from USA. He is IPOB USA Regional Coordinator, and he's joining me live via phone. I welcome you. If you are here, please share this broadcast across all platforms. We are everywhere. Biafra Radio, we are there. We are also on Twitter, on Biafra Radio on Twitter. Trust me when I tell you that. My name is Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha. And of course, moving along, Amnesty International criticized the government in the wake of the attacks, saying the Nigerian authorities have been failing to end frequent deadly attacks on rural communities of Plateau State in a post which they posted on X, formerly called Twitter. All right. Now, Banzi, I want you to pay close attention. I'm going to read 3 types of information in one news. When Nigerian government lies and their newspaper lies, they forget the one that I've told before. They will contradict themselves. Now, listen to this. First of all, this is in one newspaper. It says, Northwest and Central Nigeria have been long terrorized by bandits, militias operating from bases deep in forests and raiding villages to loot and kidnap residents for ransom. Now, listen to another version. The same paper says again, competition for natural resources between nomadic herders and farmers, intensified by rapid population growth and climate pressure, has also exacerbated social tensions and sparked violence. Now, another story in the same paper. A jihadist conflict has raged in northeastern Nigeria since 2009, killing tens of thousands of people and displacing around 2 million as Boko Haram battles for supremacy with rival linked to the Islamic State group. Mazi Ezioku, which one should we choose? Please go ahead, Mazi. Please help me to understand. I am lost. But they're questions like our leader will call them. Go ahead, please.
The nomadic herders and the farmers, did I not tell you that was what CNN and BBC
That's their own
and the rest
version,
of them was
yeah.
spreading? That's their own version. But we know the truth. We know the truth. We know it's Fulani terrorists. They are the ones that is causing all these problems. The ones they imported from Niger. The ones they imported from different parts of the. After all, were they not the one that told them to come into Nigeria? That Nigeria belongs to them. Is an open scope for everybody to? It is all over the place. Federal newspaper carried it. State newspaper carried it. So it's not something that is hiding. Everybody knew about it. But what did Nigerians as a whole, what did Nigerians do? These people went to the extent of every immigration office, they went there and they were collect. See, let me tell you the reason. One of the reasons why they did all this DVN or whatever they call them, or that they are imitating America as social security and the rest of them, is just to legitimize the Fulanis that came from all over African countries to Nigeria to suppress and intimidate and harass the people, the indigenous of Nigeria. That is just it. Just to normalize them, make them as citizens. Because I can categorically tell you that during that time they were collecting, they were in all the, if some of these immigration people can tell you the truth, they were there collecting their numbers. This INN, whatever they call it, numbers, they were collecting it. And because if you collect that thing, you're automatically a Nigerian. And they weren't asking them questions. Nobody could send them back because the instruction was give these people what they want. So, like we're seeing all these things, we know what is going on. Tinubu knows what is going on. I think Onyovan and Asisi are here now. And I know the reason why I said so. I was talking to one of my friends a few days ago now the States. You know, I was talking to him and somebody came. I was now complaining that Tinubu is making Yoruba people this, is making Yoruba people that, is making Yoruba people that, is making Yoruba people this. I looked at him. I told him he's stupid. He looked at me, bounced back, he looked at me. I told him you're very stupid. Why are you complaining? When Buhari did it, why didn't you guys complain? You complained a little bit, everybody. They told you guys that it is Buhari's prerogative to do whatever he feels like doing when it comes to his security and when it comes to his cabinet. Everybody shut up. Now, Tinubu is doing it. Leave Tinubu. Even if Tinubu wants to use his son as the vice president, let him use his son as vice president. Let us be suffering it. We say, let us go. You guys say no. Let us be. You guys say no. But it is for us to be sacrificing our lives on the altar of one Nigeria. I say, let us suffer it. Let everybody suffer it. So these people know what is going on. They know the people that is Boko Haram. After all, they are part of the people that are sponsoring it. And we even know that some elements, some foreign elements are backing them up. We all know this. So at the end of the day, everyone that says that doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria is a politician, is a liar. They are all lying. They know. It is for them to do the right thing. I'm telling you, if they start arresting all the people that is involved in Boko Haram today, Boko Haram will cease to happen. Abacha said that any form of insurrection that lasts more than a day, then you know that government hands are in it. So they know what is going on. It is still the same politicians. How did this Boko Haram issue start in yourself? Is it not because of politics? Is it not because of politics? It is politicians that the guy helped way back there, leader helped to achieve governorship. At the end of the day, they pay me my money, it became problem. They went and killed the guy. From there, it became a problem. Now they started using the guy to suppress Jonathan. We all know this. At the end, they started using some of them to suppress him back when Buhari got into before Buhari got into office. Come on, they know what to do. They know what to do. It is them that is sabotaging themselves. Didn't you US armies they came to Nigeria way back then, and they left. When they did them interview, they said that it was the army that was sabotaging everything that they were doing. So if they want to go to a mission, it will still be the same army that will now go and tell some people in the army will now go and tell these people that they all have information. Then when they go before they get there, they will be ambushed. Then they now have to leave. They now have to leave because they know that you people are the ones sabotaging yourself. Even some army officers are saying that this is their best time, because sometimes they will just go and raid normal place and say they spent social amount of money and they will still give them money again for them to get whatever they need to get. All those things inside their pocket. And some innocent army officers are dying. And most of them that are dying are from our own side, from Biafra land. Because this is, they are packing them over there and bringing their own over here. That is what they are doing. Bringing their own over to the eastern region, to Biafra land. So my brother, they know what they are doing. They know what is going on. They can stop this Boko Haram problem within a TC if they want to stop it. It's just a matter of arresting those people that is involved. But they will start looking for Mazen and they come to kill and to arrest and to innocent Biafrans that are walking on the street. They will carry them, go through them inside prison, say they are a member of IPOB. So who is lying to my brother?
All right. Thank you very much, Mazi Ezioku. And of course, I want to thank you all who are joining us this evening. Please share this broadcast all around and, of course, invite people to join us. We are almost coming to the end of this program. But, of course, I still have one or two more questions for our guests this evening before we call it a night. It is Biafra Radio. We are live. We are direct. And, of course, it is late night with Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha here on Biafra Radio, and of course bringing you news, information and analysis. And of course, to help me analyze the same, as I told you earlier on, is our brother Mazi Ichie Ezioku, all the way from the United States. He is IPOB USA Regional Coordinator, and he is the one with me here in the studio. All right, we will take a quick break, and when we come back from the break, we will begin to analyze. Mazi, hang in there, don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Come is it things I don't come again, you know. And it's come is the success. And the microphone. You don't tell me to fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Tell me what to do, tell me what you do, tell me what you see, tell me what you see, tell me what you know. When we talking about the referendum, oh, you see, I have to go for long. We never become a slave for long. Back in the days, you know what's up. But because of Guru, the photos you come out. I remember when my father did tell me about the war. Then spend so much money just to Google it. Yes, you go. Success, one my typically go man. You don't tell when we fight for freedom. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. 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 Oh, yeah. You don't tell me to fight for this freedom. To put the cap on my eye, go rescue your children. Even if I can't say one never make we don't mind all these politicians, so no mind never just come around or promise us heaven and earth. Oh, you no go see anything after the election. No election in Biafra land. Oh, we go sit at home that day, make you no forget. Yeah. It's the peace and success you have your partner, son. Nande kan chukuga kosiringi. Your friend the motherland, chukuga kosiringi. Oh. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. You don't tell when we fight for this freedom. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum. All we need is the referendum.
All right, welcome back once again. It is still Biafra Radio. We are live, and of course, we are direct. My name is Barrister Ikechukwu Onoha, of course, coming to you this evening, the 26th day of December, the year of our Lord 2023. Time standing here at 11:04 p.m. as we are, of course, summarizing. And with me tonight, of course, is Mazi Ichezioku, IPOB USA Regional Coordinator. He is joining me via phone all the way from the United States of America. Mazi, are you still there? Can you hear me?
Very much.
All right,
yes.
Mazi, let us do a bit of housekeeping. I want us to bring it home as we are about to, summarize. Mazi, of course, you are not a stranger to this struggle. You have been around and you have seen the way things are going. And I want to go specifically to the issue of finance in IPOB, because we need to talk about these things. We cannot play an ostrich, when things are happening and pretend that they are not happening. Mazi, it turns around, it turns to be, or rather look like, everybody now have turned to be a finance officer. Nobody is interested anymore in the struggle, in the things that our leader has taught us, like evangelism, bringing new members into IPOB, coordinators. Most of them have now become what you call finance officer. Bank accounts are being opened left and right just because our leader has been incarcerated. I want to get your input on this. The order is clear. Even the code of conduct of IPOB is clear. Even if you don't agree or you don't like it, the bottom line remains that there is a code of conduct that tells us what to do. I've worked in a corporate company, a corporate world, if I may. There are what we call policies and procedure of a company. And it doesn't matter even if the CEO is there or not, even if the shareholders are there or not, the directors or board of directors are there or not. The bottom line remains there is a policy. And if you contradict or travel that policies and procedure, that is what you call disciplinary hearing. hearing. But unfortunately, the same people who are even supposed to take people on a disciplinary hearing when code of conduct is being contravened are the same people that are destroying the code of conduct of IPOB. Today, it's a free for all. Grab as many cash as you will. Even those who are in possession of our money are beginning to seize the same because in their mind, let me get what I can. We're not even sure if this man called Nnamdi Kanu is coming out again. Maz, I don't know what you make of all this. Please go ahead. I want to get your input on that.
Mazi, the issue of this is very, very appalling and very disgraceful. And you see, if you really know what you're in here to do as an IPOB officer or as an IPOB member, you understand the fact that finance is not your place. And let me say something here. Way back then, when I was a coordinator, I do not meddle around with anything finance. Despite the fact that way back then that some people wanted to rope me in by telling me, oh, okay, let me give you money for you guys to use to do whatever you guys need to do. And I said no. That whatever we need to do will be on record. If it is IPOB's account that we're using, because what we do then is that when we're traveling, we contribute and put into IPOB's account. Then we use the card. We already know how much we've contributed, and we know how much we're going to spend. That will not even affect the IPOB the major money. And if the money remains, it will be part of IPOB's money because you will not go back and take any money from that account. So, and everything that you're doing, you have to use the card for record purposes. So, they did what they wanted to do, but at the end of the day, I laughed, and they brought the case to Oyendo. They called me so many names. Brought the case to Oyendo, and Oyendo asked the question. He now said to me, in Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, we went there. A lot of people were there. Now said to me, Mazi, why is it that you don't want to have anything to do with the account? I said, do you think, he now said, do you think let me ask you a question, just like this. Let me ask you a question. If our money is missing, who am I going to call? Or who am I going to hold responsible? I said, you're going to hold your secretary responsible, not me. He said, no, I'll hold you responsible. Because you have to oversee the account, not that you're going to be managing the fund. You have to just see what is going on, but the fund, you are not managing because the secretary and Madam Nenaya are the ones that are going to be managing the fund. Because I learned our lesson during Irwanya and Irwanya and Mara Mugochukwu and some other guys in 2015 when Oyendo wasn't around too, when they seized Oyendo, and they were collecting money and they were eating. They were collecting money and they were eating. They seized the money. All for would be to call me. Let me, because I have to explain this thing.
Yes, go ahead, Mazi. Go ahead.
Obido Obienu called me and said to me, Mazi, do you know where your money is going to? Because of course that is going to Madam Nenaya's hand. Obido Obienu said, no, it is not. I said, are you sure? He said, it's not. I said, okay. He said, if you want me to give you Madam Nenaya's number, I will give you Madam Nenaya's number. This is way back 2015, 16. Okay? So he gave me Madam Nenaya's number. I called up Madam Nenaya Even as I was doing that investigation, at that time, they were calling me names. They were calling me Sabotua. They were calling me this. Madam Erwa then was the coordinator. She was ganging up. She was calling me names. I said, I kept quiet. I didn't say anything. So I called up Madam Nenaya. I said, Madam Nenaya. He said, what? I said, yes, she answered me. I said, I explained myself. After explaining myself, I said, I want to ask 2 questions. She said, what's the question? I said, first of all, is there any money that is coming to you from still the same time we had zones then. So is there any money that is coming from our zone to you? She said, no, that the only place that she's getting money from is from Ubidi. I said, are you sure? She said, yes. And I said, okay, fine. The second question, is there any account in the United States that Onyendu approved for us to be putting our money? Madam Nenaya said, no. I said, okay, no problem. Thank you, Madam, that you've answered my question. And we now went to the meeting. So as we got to the meeting, the person that was the secretary then was Obunaya Ono. So, and every time when we ask Obunaya of the receipts of the payment, Obunaya will tell you story upon story. So when that thing now happened, we were in the meeting, and I said, Obunaya, I raised my hand. Sometimes they want to shut me down because of the way I ask my questions. It's never palatable. People don't like the way I ask questions and the way I go about my things. I don't send them because I have to just speak the truth to the way it is. If you like it, if you don't like it, too bad. But I have to tell you the way it is. So at the end of the day, then I said, allow him to talk, because I was saying that I must speak. I must speak. Because they already know through one of our member that was confiding in, that one was telling them what was going on, and they were washing that guy's brain. But I was telling the guy that it's not possible. This thing they are telling you they are using this money for, or they are going to use this money for, is not truth. Because these people are just seizing our money for no good reason. So at the end of the day, after getting the information from our Anya, we had a meeting. So as we were having that meeting, I told them I was going to talk. Then I said, okay, that I should speak. And I said, Mubunaya, please, where did you say you are sending our money? And that she's sending the money to Modananya. I said, please, Mubunaya, where is the receipts? Then I shouted, every time you return. No, Mubunaya, where is the receipts? Because you told us that you're going to bring the receipt today. So why is the receipt not here? Then we were doing Skype. It was Skype that we were doing Skype meeting. Where is the receipt? When I said, that is in the car, that he's going to go and bring it. And I said, don't mind him. And I told, because then, it was Massachusetts that was raising the money. It was them that was raising the money. So what Iruanya and Co were doing was they were just answering name of, they don't even pay their monthly dues. So they were using us to shine, if I may say so. So at the end of the day, I now said to them that this guy is not, I now said, look, listen, that this guy is not giving Madanaya any money, because I called Madanaya and Madanaya said he's only obedient them. Madam Rwana said, he said, waiting. That sometimes I like that woman, but so the woman is a not kids. Yes, I have to explain this thing the way people will understand. It makes things more interesting. Sure, Obunaya, where our money? When I know bring that, so I know they give Madanaya our money. Obunaya, when I go bring that money, Oh, you're right. She now started pouring insults on Iran. And I say, criminal like you don't pay monthly dues. Me, after saying that, I just kept quiet because when I said I talked to Madam Anya, then one woman they call Ignis, Madam Ignis or something like that, Josephine Ignis, now shouted, "How did I call Madam Anya? Who gave me Madam Anya's number? Who gave me Madam Anya's number? Who are you to call Madam Anya?" I said, I just told her to shut up. What are you talking about? Do you know who you're talking to? I was here before you. What do you mean, who gave me Madam Anya's number? We are in this thing together. And the truth must be spoken in this place. So don't come here and try to jump around and stop what I'm trying to say. That was when Madam I now took over. So me and I backed out, Madam I faced them. So it is not today that this money issue started. I remember when I was called by Chike Dozim, I was told for me to get into the account, US account. I told Chike Dozim, pump and plain, that I'm not going to do that. That is not what I was called here to do. That we have so much problems, that our house is in disarray. How can we be talking about account when our house is in disarray? He said that the best thing to do is to allow the regional coordinators to do what they need to do by facing the house to make sure that we fix the house. That if we fix the house, then you should allow the people that is in the account handle the account. He tried forcing me, tried telling me this, tried telling me that, and that I know if I was a coordinator, that I know I was supposed to be looking to. I said, yes, that's if I'm a coordinator. But right now, I'm not a coordinator. And it's not a regional account. I would have said, yes, I will be overseeing it, but I won't have anything to do with it. But this is a national account. And if, don't you know that you people are the national people that is there now, because there is no continental rep, there is no coordinator of all coordinators that coordinates every coordinator. Basically, there is nobody. You people are, these four of you now are the head. Funny enough, two people, Mazi Ememado, Babachi Joki, they were all in it. They were listening, they weren't following the ethics of IPOB. Because, you know, some of these people that just came into IPOB, they feel, and one way or the other, they got one position of leadership, and they feel they can just, you know, there's some certain things you say no to. It's just like me. But Mazi Ndidi Aworum stood his ground. I stood my ground. I told them, pump and play, I'm not going to do it. There is no way on this earth you will force me to get into that account. Because we know people that is supposed to be in that account. Then that one passed. Another day, I seen, they went and called Madam Tina, Dr. Tina. You see, most of our people don't know what is going on. They don't really know what is going on. And it's not a day's, and it's not something they can analyze for one day. They went behind and got Tina. And when they got Tina, they praised Tina, they said this, they said that to Tina, and Tina became one of their victims. So another day, they called for a meeting. When they called for meeting, Madanaya was in that meeting. Chike Dozin was there. Chinaza was there. Ofoma was there. what was this guy, the second in command to Chike Dozie, what was his name? Anyway, the second in command was there. Zurumike was there. All of them, the 5 or the 6, the 6 radical about their medicine now cause problem for now IPOB right now. They were all there. And I was there. Madanena was there. Chinwe was there. Madu was there. Baba Chijoke was there. Ndidawurun was there. So they started when we started the meeting, and that they think that they need somebody to get into the account, and that they want Chinwe to be relieved of her duty because she has a lot of baggage. That's Chike Dozie speaking now. That they have a lot of that Chinwe has a lot of baggage, and that she wants Chinwe to be relieved of her duty. And later that Chinwe has tried, and that they want us to move forward with someone else. But you see, sometimes when these people are talking, when you listen to them very, very well, you know where they are coming from. So after Baba Chijoke talked, Madu talked, said that I'm going to be opposition to whatever they are talking about regarding this account, blah, 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 that I've said I'm not going to be an account, that is insubordination, blah, 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 blah. Now after talking. And Chike Dozie now asked me, what do I have to say? I told him, look, I know you will not like what I have to say. But anyway, I will say it. You like it or you don't like it, I will still tell you the way it is. I told him, Chike Dozie, that you should leave finance alone. That Onyendu has told you people to leave finance. Why is it that you people want to come to US again and cause problem in US? That once somebody else or bring somebody else and put into this finance here, that it will be another problem entirely. That will be another problem entirely. But let me say something here now. That what you guys are about to do now is you're about to scatter US again. Don't say I did not warn you. Because I have told you that you're going to scatter US again. Madanaya was there. This was what I told them. Tell Chike Dozie what now happened. They now said Chike Dozie now said he has spoken that Madanaya should talk. Madanaya said similar thing to what I've said, that they should leave the people that is in the account because we have 2 women in the account, and which is Chinwe and Sister Angela. And Madanaya was overseeing that account. So Madanaya could prove that account. Madanaya could see the account. So that now, they said that when they needed for us to let us grab some people and talk to them, that we should go and bring the names of the people we want. It's for you to see how corny these people are. That we should go and bring the name of some people, the people we want, and let the 2 other regional coordinators bring the name of the people they want. So I told Ndidi that I wasn't going to do it. But Ndidi persuaded me, told me there's nothing in it. Just send the names in. Send Chinwe's name and Sister Angela's names in. Let us just send it in the way we know we wanted it. Me and Ndidi now send names. The same people that was in the account. All for some people now call nonsense now. All of now call you nonsense now. More if any for now call nonsense. I'm more like the fact but anyway, that's the story for another day. So we now sent those information to them. To Chike Dozie, I still have everything. I still have everything. Now send that information to Chike Dozie. So Mado and Baba Chijoke sent their own list, the list of the people they wanted, Chike Doziem wanted to Chike Doziem. So next thing we heard was that Chike Doziem now said that Chinwe will be relieved of our duty, that Dr. Tina that will be the new secretary. Me, I laughed. So when Dr. Tina now came to me, I have to explain this thing in detail for people to know what is going on, because it's been a long.
Mazi, are you still there? All right, I think Mazi is reconnecting, and of course he will join us back again. Could be network connection errors, and of course I hope he will join us back again. All right, it is Biafra Radio, and of course with me this evening is Mazi Ezioku. He is IPOB USA Regional Coordinator, and of course it is good that he is telling us what is happening and what is taking, place. I mean, this is Biafra Radio, and we preach the truth here, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. And this is why people will not join, because they don't like where the truth is being preached. But unfortunately so, we must continue, and we must continue speaking the truth, the way it is. All right, let me see if I can reconnect our brother once again. I am not sure what happened, but I will try to see if to bring him back once again. Very, very important, so that he can finish up what he is telling us at this moment. All right, we must continue. Let me try again to bring him back. It is still Biafra Radio. There we go. And of course, he is going to join us back. There we go. Mazi, can you hear me?
I hear you. Sorry
about that. Please go ahead.
So they brought in the names of the people they wanted. So they used Tina, Dr. Tina. So when Dr. Tina came in, and Mazi Chike Doziem has already accepted Dr. Tina as the new secretary. The first thing Dr. Tina did was to after a few days, Dr. Tina called me and said to me that she wanted the names of all the secretaries that was under me. And I told Dr. Tina, didn't I tell you people that I have nothing to do with finance? And I won't have anything to do with finance. Why are you coming to me to come and ask me for the names of the secretaries? She now said, oh no, that she was not there. She didn't hear from me. She didn't hear me say such a thing. And I remember, yes, that she wasn't there. And I apologized to her. I told her that I was sorry. That I understand the fact that she wasn't there, that I was sorry. But I think that this thing that she should have done, what she should have done was to call Madam Nenaya and get all this information from Madam Nenaya. That you see me, anything finance, that my hands are not in it. And by the way, that Onyendo has told Chike Doziem to get his hands off finance. What is Chike Doziem still doing in finance? Anyway, that I should call Madanaya and get the information she requires from Madanaya. My brother, do you know that after she called me, next thing I started hearing from my, I started getting information from my own financial secretaries. They now started calling me, asking me that Dr. Tina came to them and told them not to pay into the national account, which Oyindu has directed everybody to pay into. That was what they now started telling me. So we now have to organize me. we now have to call meeting. And when we called that meeting, Madu was now telling me that we should implement what Chike Doziem has said. Are we going to implement what Chike Doziem has said, or are we going to implement what Onyendu has said? You see, some of these people now call nonsense that they stand with DOS. I'm not saying we have a structure. And Onyendu is the head of the structure. Whatever Onyendu says goes.
Absolutely.
Every one of us, I told them this. Every one of us are in this. Every one of us are dispensable. The only person that is indispensable in this struggle is Onyendu. Onyendu bụ isi afọ wee kwaba ugwu. Biafrans can make do without you anytime, any day. But if our leader, we cannot make do without him.
Absolutely.
I told them, look, listen, there's a problem coming. And Chike Doziem is the head of that problem. Not even before I started getting the info, before I did my own investigation to know fully well that Chike Doziem was not listening to him anymore. And that is a story for another day. And I now told them this thing that happened in 2015 is here again. The worst thing is that when when you're having meeting with your fellow regional coordinators and they are lying, that thing pisses me off. And a grown man will say something now, the next minute will do another thing. And I told them, look, I cannot deal with this. That the best thing for us to do is to start recording every conversation and meeting that we do. Because I can see that you people are lying all the time. I am sorry to say this, but I will indict somebody, which is this man, this radio presenter, this elderly man, not Ike Peters, but Mazi Alozie.
Yes.
Mazi Alozie is part and parcel of the problem that we're facing. I am so disappointed in that man. Very disappointed. An elderly man that doesn't know that he's an elderly man. Very, very disappointed in that man. But it's a story for another day. Because our people do not even know half of the thing that is going on. If they know what is going on with this leadership, they will spit in their eyes. But let Onyendu, when Onyendu comes out, because this thing happened in 2000, a lot of people were saying, oh, why don't they remove them? Why don't they sack them? Why don't they do this? I laughed. It's only left for Onyendu. 2015, they did what they did. It was Onyendu that did whatever he needed to do when he came out. Why Chike Doziem became the leader of DOS today is because the rest of them did not show up, apart from Omiomio that showed up in the meeting that they did. Omiomio, Madananya, Kanonta, and Uchemefo, and Obid, I think so. I think no, just 4 of them that showed up in that meeting. That was why, when they now told Omiomio to sack these guys that was doing the wrong thing, that was insubordinating our leader, and Omiomio couldn't do it because Omiomio was compromised too. That was how Onyendu gave instruction for Uche to fire them. which he fired them. And that was when Onyendu made Chike Doziem the leader of the US. And this Chike Doziem was instrumental to opening an account that same time they did this thing when Onyendu was not around. I've been here for a very long time. So people don't know what is going on. So that same thing that played around in 2015 with our finances, and then they wanted to screw our finances over. But unfortunately for them, our deputy then stood with Madam Naya, so they couldn't mess around with the finance. And there was no much money coming in, and there was the place that the major money was coming in from. Uchemefo had them on hook, line, and sinker, and that was the US. So they couldn't do anything. So why I'm giving you all these narratives now is for you to understand where our problem is coming from. Chike Doziem and China Sanwo-Olu are bloody liars. Why I am saying so is this. They keep saying that Madam Naya was not giving them money that they requested for. How did the problem start? That's what you ask yourself. How did the problem start? They requested for money. They told them to go through the normal process. By the time the money they requested was 14 million. But by the time they went through the normal process, the money dropped almost half. This is the reason why they got offended. That is the reason why they got upset. They fail to understand that it's people, their hard-earned money that they are contributing. That is what is keeping us afloat. But what they wanted to do was to collect the money and do whatever they like. They are not answerable to anybody. They don't want to be answerable to anybody. And that is no-go zone. A lot of approval has to go through the normal process. If those approvals do not go through the normal process, then we don't know what we're doing. Or when they not for my finance, it's none of my business. Why I got to know all these things is just because of things that was happening. It was happening rapidly. And we got, okay, let me say something here again, what I remembered. There was a meeting we held. In that meeting, I think it was April 10th, 2023, early this year. In that meeting, Chike Doziem said, and I quote, and we're going to do a fundraising. And that fundraising is going to be in the US. But I'm telling you now, because of tomorrow, I know that some of you will not agree to what I'm about to say. That we should tell Madam Chinyere, then license was still operational rather. So that we should tell Madam Chinyere, if she doesn't comply with what they are saying, that that the money that they will raise from the fundraising will not go into the US account. Mind you, this is same US account Onyendu said that they should be paying this money into anything regarding ESN. And they said Chike Doziem said that he's not going to pay that money into that account. But where I did not respond, the reason why I did not respond that day was that he said, Naya man, as some people, I know he was referring to me, I didn't care, we'll have problem with it. But that he's telling us today that he's going to pay it into Germany account. It did not occur to me that they already started using Collins. Why they wanted to pay to Germany account? You see the connection here. Why they wanted to pay that money into Germany account was because they were using Collins and they thought Collins was going to take over that account. So when he said it, I said, oh, okay, I don't have any problem with that. If you guys are paying into Germany account, which in Naya we see the money, oh, I don't have any problem with that. But telling me that you're not going to pay into the account then I have problem with it. He said no, that they are going to pay it into Germany's account, not knowing that this is the formula that they were trying to use. Because they've tried me being in the account, being in the account, and they failed. And Madu cannot get into the account because Chinwe, Madanana Anya, and sister will not allow them to be in the account. About the same thing, you will not be able to get into the account because they will not be allowed to get into the account. So they failed on that part. So what they were now planning was that they've already tinkered, and what they wanted to do was to use that particular fundraising and push the money to what they said that they will put the money into Germany accounts. My brother, did you know that money till today did not get into Germany accounts? They left that money in US. What they did with that money till today, I do not know. People should ask Chike to say what that money, where did that money go into? Because that money did not go into Germany account. I would even like you to call Madanaya. Let Madanaya come and you ask Madanaya this question. That fundraising that was done in US by Chike Tosim and his members. Because then Chike Tosim now divided IPOB into two US. The people that was listening to him and people that wasn't listening to him. If you don't want to listen to him, they will tell you they will fire you. I mean, I know send message. And I know it's unfortunate that some people, I don't know why they like this power too much. I don't know. I'm not gaining anything from it. Rather, I'm the one that is even putting my own sweat into it. More than I should even put. But I know the reason why I'm doing it. So, at the end of the day, that money was not sent into Germany account. Neither was it sent into the ESN account that Oyundu created in US. So our people should ask them the question, where is the money? Remember they said they were the one paying, they were paying the lawyers. At the end of the day, they said it's pro bono. And I started laughing. We paid money to the lawyers. Even as at the time we were having meeting and Chike Dozem and China Sanworu was saying that Madam Nenaya wasn't giving them money. Even as at that day that they were saying that thing, in that meeting, they were requesting for money. Because I was shown that the information. They were requesting for money that same day that they were in the meeting and keep saying that they were not collecting funds. And I was asking Madam Aya the reason why they did not expose these people in the meeting. But it's not, a finance matter. It's not everything that, that woman is too, I don't know, that woman is too refined for me. She's too, once Onyendu does not give that instruction of what to do, she doesn't do it. Unless if Onyendu gives that instruction. And anything she wants to do, she gets to Onyendu first. And that is the reason why these people are getting all mad and all crazy about. So, my brother, the finance issue is a very, very, very tragic event for IPOB. And I noticed that what they wanted to do was to make sure that they stifle Oyendo Fund. That was what they wanted to do. If you go and listen to this caterpillar, this person that has caterpillar teeth, that called himself Methuselah. If you go and listen to him, you will hear him say that when Onyendu comes out, the Onyendu will come and bargain with them. Who are you to open your dirty mouth to say when Onyendu comes out, you will come and bargain with three people? Including that if they don't bargain with the US, that we will not do this, we will not do that. Really? Onyendu puta, they are bargaining now with you. With you, get one. See what thing happen. The same thing, you will know this is their line of approach to, or whatever their media line up of words that they were supposed to put out there, because they said that anything that they are doing, that they have meeting with the former and the rest of them, because they tell them what to do. Even the one that called himself Ikenga, the same thing. He said the same thing. Most of them were saying the same thing. Even the one that called her Omote or whatever she called us, I thought that one is sensible. She was doing the same line. How can you say if your own leader comes out to come and be rubbing shoulder with you, Kamalo, we have to tell you where we stand. It's not that one man show anymore. Who told you that? You're inconsequential at this struggle. None of you, including me, we don't matter at this struggle. What we are there to do is to raise Onyendu's hand up. The way the children of Israel raised, was it Moses or Moses' hands up when they were fighting? When his hand comes down, their enemy will start winning. When his hand goes up, when his hand is paining him, they will come and hold him. That's the only thing we are here for. We're saying before Onyendu comes out, he will come and bargain with us. This is the same thing they did in 2015. The same playbook. Same thing they did in 2015. The same playbook. So what they are doing about our finance, it is terrible. It is, and now what they are doing is, let me eat my own. Like you rightly said. That I don't know, this man is not coming out again. Let me collect my own money too. But unfortunately, they are in for it. You know, only is ocean. One day, Bakana Muya. When Bakana Malia, or what is it? So, Maz, I will leave this case
Thank
here.
you very much, Maz.
They
will. Thank you very much, Maz. I think I needed, you to, of course, give us a background of this whole thing, because I remember, even when you wanted to speak to me about this issue, you've been burning to speak about it. And of course, I believe the right time is now. Nothing is new and nothing is hidden under the sun. I went through the same thing, of course, when I was blackmailed into, to stop by hosting Wadan Nayanya. And of course, I told them I am my own man boss. Nobody tells me what to do except Maze Nambekano. But if you are in leadership and you are in the right direction, you are following what we all subscribe to, I wouldn't mind. I will listen to you. But once you are deviating from the essence of, what's joining us together, which is the code of conduct, You cannot run an organization like IPOB without a written law. It's not possible because you're dealing with you're dealing with men here. But people tend to ignore our, code of conduct, and then you expect me to listen to you. It's not going to happen. Maybe you can do that to some illiterates, people who did not even go to school, but not an educated man like me and the rest of IPOBians who are also educated. You cannot just, control them like they are nobody or they don't understand how it is done. Remember, before now, we already, or rather all of us, has been sanitized by Onyendu. He have told us what to do and what not to do. And just because he is not around and somebody wants to truncate everything and change everything that we, believe in, I don't think it's possible. Mazi, thank you so much for coming through this evening. And of course, this is not the last time. I hope also to host you sometime in the future. Thank you, Mazi. What is your parting shot before I let you go? Your parting shot to Biafrans. Please go ahead.
My brother, it's been a pleasure to be here on this hallowed platform, to speak the truth and nothing but the truth. If any of them, Susan, I find a let them come and tell me. Let them come and tell me. And obviously, I won't wine now. I won't wine now. But I greet every Biafrans that is listening to my voice today, under the influence of Biafra Radio. May God continue to bless you all. And remember, it is only Onyendu that we know, nobody else. If Onyendu is giving instruction and it's not being obeyed, and today you come and think, well, I'm going to obey you, that won't work.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
It's not possible. It's not possible. So if Onyendu is giving instruction and you are obeying that instruction, I told him anyway, if Onyendu is giving instruction and you're obeying Onyendu's instruction, then you have me to your beck and call. Anything you tell me, I will do. But when Onyendu is giving you instruction and you're not obeying Onyendu and you want me to obey you, it's not possible. It's not going to work. They won't. I greet every one of you.
Thank you very much. All right.
Thank you, my brother.
All right. There you have it. And of course, that was the voice of our own Mazi Ichie Ezioku, IPOB Regional Coordinator in the USA, of course, laying it at bay. Because we tell you that Biafra Radio is where we speak the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. When we tell you something on this platform, trust me, take it to the bank, it will not bounce. And let me tell you one thing, is very simple. IPOB code of conduct is the way to go. And if you say you're a leader in this struggle of IPOB and you don't obey the code of conduct, trust me, we will not obey you either. It's impossible. If you are a leader in IPOB, we expect you to uphold our code of conduct, to uphold our rules and regulations, to uphold that which Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have instituted. But if you are deviating from what our leader has instituted and you expect us to obey you, I don't think so. You can deceive others, but not some of us who have been with Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for a while now and knows exactly what he expects from us. And of course, all Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's command, all Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's instruction, all Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's directive must be obeyed to the latter, whether you like it or not. You cannot change it. You cannot remove it without his, consent. And of course, this is where we stand. And of course, on Biafra we stand. On Biafra Radio we stand. And on Code of Conduct we stand. And we must continue. All right. Thank you once again, Mazi Ezioku, for coming through this evening. And of course, this is where we will leave it this evening. And I thank you, dear friends, of course, for joining us this evening. And of course, we have done the needful. We will continue to preach the truth, the whole truth on this platform, Biafra Radio. May God bless our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. May God bless IPOB worldwide. And may God bless those who are resolute, who are obedient to the code of conduct, founded by our leader, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. And God is going to see our leader through. He will come out, and of course, to the shame of those who are destroying what they did not build. From me, Mazi Kechuku Onoha, it is goodbye, and I will see you soon. Remember this.
I don't come again. Kumunana, the original Biafran boy. Kumunana, this is our freedom time. And we are come to call it our birthright. The blessings of the Lord, they follow us. Anyway, we're gonna show the blessings of the Lord, they follow us. Who no, go no. Who never hear, go here. Say that don't come. We are the best. We are the best man. We are top of the world. We have come to our freedom time. Every day keep on praying to God. It's our freedom time. Now so we keep on moving forward. But yeah, I feel it's in your mind. I feel it's in your mind. Different people in your mind. Different people in your mind. Yeah, let us that make it dance. Let us that make it dance. Let us that make it step on it down. It's our freedom time. They're from the promised land. 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 Yeah. When I look up to the sky, I can see the sun is shining. It's shining all over Biafra. We are the best. I give thanks to God for the blessings on my soul. Oh yeah. Oh na. Come to our freedom time. Freedom time. Every day keep on praying to God. Praying to God. It's our freedom time. It's our freedom. So we keep on moving forward. Keep on. I feel it's in your mind. I feel it's in your mind. Different people, your mind. Different people, your mind. Let us make it dance. Let us make it dance. It's our freedom time. The God is a freedom so yeah. Let me put this one. Okay, are you ready to dance? Let's go like this. Oh yeah, now. To the front, to the back, to